Oh my god, my voice. Welcome to episode number 11, which is still double digits and the first time double team to ones, meaning no, I'm just gonna stop my brain. I should spare my energy for the session. Okay. Yeah, we are back. We're great. We're all doing great, right? We're all doing great, right, guys?
Yes, great. Excellent.
Lie even if you suffer inside, just say you're great. That's the modern world, people. That is the modern world. Yeah, back with another session, and I don't have anything to say. Otherwise, I would just keep rambling around. So let's just go on with the introduction. First of all, the man, the myth, the legend.
All right, I am Greg, and I am playing Iric Spanner, a human artificer. He's just, a little confused and scared and terrified and horrified and panicked and every other sort of word you can think of about the world.
Poor you. I'm Matt. I'm playing Dr. Fiera. She's from Canaan and currently one of the big leadership of the military dudes. We're on a mission to, just find something lost and pull these, ragtag group of people with her, and if they don't do it, they might die.
I'm Skit, and I play Isorel Liafina, elf druid, noble diplomat who doesn't know when to shut up, so she lost a finger, and now she's kind of angry at the world.
My name is Felicia. I'm playing Arya. She's a little pissed off right now because she let her charge out of her sight for a little while and she lost a finger. So now she's like, I can't leave my friend alone ever again.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good lesson to learn, right? Maybe in a bit of a harsh way, but an appropriate one. Yes, those are the people that are playing that I've always been playing. Oh, I really should stop talking about random shit. I'm getting lost. I'm going insane. Okay, let's just start. Yeah, I won't say anything else.
Freedom. Something that all men and women strive for. Because to be free is to live, and to live is to experience the world around you. A gift given to us, and surely one that you should cherish and not waste. But it makes us blind, for while we stare longingly into the sky, boundless and free, more often than not, we miss the very cliff that approaches right in front of us. One that will most certainly let us fall to our own demise. It's still we will go out of our way to challenge anything and anyone who would dare impede on our freedom, who would dare to even think about taking it away from us. We will wage wars, forget friends, and curse even our own siblings and parents in the name of freedom. We would even steal it away from other people just to keep it for ourselves. And suddenly, we have become consumed by our own fear of losing this freedom and approach choices, we have abandoned everything else. Maybe we aren't supposed to be free. Maybe there are things beyond us that we do not comprehend yet, that hold more value than freedom. I challenge thee, O humble listener. Dost thou truly know what is right? Or dost thou merely see thy own fabrication of a blissful world that is filled with ignorance?
They have started moving, sire.
This soon already. I was hoping for at least 2 more days, but alright. There's the scouts to keep their eyes on them. And if anything changes in their movement, they should immediately pull back, understood? Now we'll have to just...
Are you sure this is a good idea, Your Higgledy? I mean, there would be countless casualties, right? In a world that challenges both conviction and mercy, ruthlessness is a necessary tool to be used in order to move forward. Unless you want to stay here until the end of ages, sacrifices have to be made.
Yes. And we're gonna kick this off with the usual quick recap. You guys have been in the pursuit of the elemental chrysalis. It has led you to the discovery of the Untergrund, underground network underneath Sunanir that apparently harbors most of the criminal networks. There you went to the Van Spire district, but had a quick exit as your entrance was not welcomed, or at least the way you acted there. Afterwards, you kind of had a brief lecture and encounter with the light commander of the 12th Crusader Legion, of the Angel of Anger, Af, and he basically just underlined what you were already doing, but this time with a more direct threat that if you aren't able to accomplish this task, you will suffer dire consequences, either by execution by him, as he did with the Duke that was in your room, or was in the trial room, who had to take the responsibility of the actions that this even took place in the first place. Said place twice, Jesus Christ. And as such, you kind of going on a cold trail after trying to find any leads with Rinopila. She disappeared, any contacts with her, if they knew where she was. Didn't seem like any one of the people that you met knew where she was, and instead you decided to go back to square one. And there you indeed found a tunnel after investigating bits and pieces that you've overlooked during your first time there, and as such you decided, in pursuit of this chrysalis, to go into the tunnel. There you met up with Arya again, and you encountered a couple of equipped thugs. Not unlike the Craggies that you've met in your first rendezvous. When I said you seem to be a bit more, not necessarily trained in a specific way, but people who kind of knew what they were doing, tried to stop you, but you kind of make quick work with them. And after having kind of retreated for a while, since you took quite a lot of hits after you've struck 2 of them, and Arya figured out that there was an end to the tunnel and that there were more people there, you decided to wait tried to get reinforcements from the guards above, didn't find any, went back down and continued your pursuit. And because you expected them to be expecting you, or at least Fiera did, she decided to just step inside and just embrace, you know, your current position, but as such kind of missed a tripwire that sprung, and a bright pinkish to purplish flamed fireball erupted and incinerated parts of you, and the interior warehouse that began to crumble, and the wall that led into the warehouse then collapsed, and you decided to step inside instead of retreating. And there you were met with a mysterious fellow who was kind of in the midst of these purplish pinkish flames, who kind of did some, well, he didn't really talk much. He just basically gave you a letter and said that there's something to think about. And as such, as you saw the crumbling structure of the warehouse starting to fall under its own weight, you rushed out, where you met the surprised folks of what you presume to be the Dark Port, which you haven't been to yet, but you have seen on your map. And people did kind of, you know, look surprised, and some even came to your aid, seeing that you were greatly injured, specifically one gnome who kind of mended some of Fiera's wounds, which, by the way, you will heal that +2. So 7, as he kind of put himself over you, but the kind of timid female half-elf who was kind of accompanying him kind of then stirred him away and, you know, said to leave you alone. And after the immediate eruption of this fireball, most people kind of just side glanced and didn't pay as much attention anymore, and kind of went to their own business, which is a bit odd since a literal explosion just happened inside of a warehouse. But you also heard it's not super uncommon that something like this happens. And as you're kind of looking, and you now have the time to kind of take in the area you're inside of, you are inside of docks. You can hear water, you can hear the sea, you can even hear a few seagulls that seem to be inside of here. However, you can't really see the top of the ceiling since it's too dark, and it's probably several hundred feet tall. Similar to the Vampire District, at the edges of the walls there's these large kind of almost frill-like structures that are set against the wall, that are seem to be like load-bearing structures to ensure that this whole place doesn't just cave in under the weight of whatever above it. You can see several warehouses even next to the one you just stepped out of, boats posted towards them, cranes that have been built here that are currently picking up crates, carts and other supplies, loading them on or loading them off, and just a wide variety of different people, more than you would see even atop. You see a few furbolgs running around, not super uncommon, but you catch the glimpse of a strange guy who has like very blue tinted skin tones. At first you might think could be a Eladrin, but he doesn't have pointy ears, has his head completely shaven, and he has weird tattoos around his neck, face and arms, very bright blue eyes. You see other individuals smaller that seem to be, first you might think that they are halflings or maybe a gnome, but as you look a little bit close, you can see as they start talking, they have extremely sharp teeth, and you notice, oh, that's a goblin. Things you wouldn't normally see on the surface of Sunania, and just this mingled bunch is there around. And you can also see, as you look into the distance, past the water, past the large ships docked in front of the ports, a kind of shimmer of white light, probably from the outside, which is the exit from presumably the Dark Port, but it's many hundred feet away, so it seems like there's a long distance before a ship kind of enters inside of the cavernous space and then comes to the actual port itself. And as you're kind of mingling there, kind of recovering, you do see after a short while, after kind of the masses have dissipated a bit, approaching 3 kind of guarded individuals. They seem to be wearing somewhat standard guard uniforms. Don't seem to be like a hyper dramatic or specific attire like the Vampire guards who were like super specialized only for that district. These seemed like normal guards. The only thing different that you can kind of tell on them is that they have a different colored kind of a bandage around their left arm, which in this case is just a black bandana kind of tied around it. And you see one of them steps up. They both 3 of them actually, a group of 3 come. You can see one who seems to be like a probably half elf male, somewhat older, probably in his mid-40s, holding a spear, has a short sword on his side, kind of just steps up, and you can see that there's a other seems to be like a civilian, seems to be like a gnome who is kind of like ushering towards the spot where you currently are sitting, and said, "What's right here? It was those fellows who came out of it." Well, thank you very much. We shall take over from here. Thank you very much, kind sir. And then he kind of steps forward, trying to present a aura of what's it called? Authority, and said, "Alright, I hear there some commotion was going on here. The warehouse seemed to have exploded and you 4 were involved. Is this correct?"
I'll kind of just push Azrael forward a little bit. Just whisper, "We don't really have time for this." As she is muted.
Sorry. I'll kind of look at them and be like, I'm very sorry. We are kind of investigating right now some things that have happened that have nothing to do with here. And if you don't mind, we'll just be on our way now, and I'll kind of start shoving my friends away, like, all right, let's get a move on.
You can see the other 2 guards kind of step in front of the people you're trying to shove, and then he says, hold on a moment. You can't just leave a crime scene." Kind of squints his eyes a bit and says, "Oh, you are a high society member?"
I am, yes.
And where are your duty guards?
I don't have duty guards. The investigation that we are doing currently involves not being seen and not attracting too much attention on us, which clearly we have failed. Just know that we are the victims here. We're not the ones who caused the explosions. As you can clearly see, my friend here, and I point to Dr. Fiera, and I took the brunt of it. So if you don't mind, I would very much like to go change into something that covers me a little bit more.
Also, when asked if where her bodyguards were, I push forward and I say she's not fully alone, and I just kind of give him a look, like, don't mess with her.
Kind of just looks at you, doesn't seem to understand what you're trying to say. It's like, well, alright, sounds very interesting. However, I still have to take notice, since this isn't. I do not know what your business is here, and I would assume my boss would have told me that if a secret investigation was going on, that at least would have notified me to not interrupt. But this could be, just safety precautions in case you're doing criminal activity and then we have to take records of it. So I still will have to ask you to accompany us.
You're insinuating that we could be criminals.
Yes, he is.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Why don't you just reach out to the Minister of Defense and we can clear all of this up? We are on an investigation now. Please let us go.
The Minister of Defense doesn't have the entire say here. This is a private district, so I've had to check with the docks master, since he is the one controlling the area. These are estate buildings, just for your awareness, of privately owned people, and one of them has just been destroyed. So we will have to try and find out who's responsible, and since you are the only culprits.
Well, victims. We are victims here.
Yes,
We're the one being burned alive. If I was to destroy a house, I would not stand in the middle of it while it's being destroyed.
that sounds like a great argument, which you can tell the judge. I do not have. I have my set of rules that I just have to follow. I see a crime scene, I see people inside of the crime scene, and then
I've already lost a finger today. I do not wish to lose another one. If we could please get this over with so we can move on to the next task on our list. We're on a time crunch here. And you see Isorel's like shoulders are like pulling back, and she's like getting a little bit of a Karen attitude.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
So I see that Azrael's getting a little testy over here, and I'm just gonna kind of like put my hands on her and try to move her away from the guard.
Okay, Isaac, you can still give me like a intimidation check, counter intimidation check, just
oh
to see.
boy.
A Karen check.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
It's not bad.
Yeah,
It's not bad.
you can see he kind of shies away, but he does think, but he's like, I hate doing this myself, okay? However, I have just a protocol that I have to follow, so, like, this is not up to me. I'm just a normal guard, okay? So like telling me this isn't going to help much. Like, if I just let you go and my boss finds out, I'm gonna get fired, and then I don't have a job anymore, and I do not want that. So if you
I completely understand, which is why I want this over as quickly as possible.
What can we do for you to make it seem like we weren't here?
I mean,
And I'm going to roll a persuasion check to try to get something from him.
no. The way persuasion checks works in mine, you have to make an argument where I think like, okay, that could persuade him. So you would have to offer me something that could potentially persuade this guy. So you would have to try and make an offer.
Okay. Let me think. Oh man.
Because you can't just say, I want to roll persuasion and then just roll with a hype without giving a persuasive argument for why you rolled it in the first place.
Let's see.
While you're thinking, he will respond and say, I mean, if you have any certificate you could show me that says, oh, you're doing this undercover business, do not, get interfered with, then I might let it slide, because I have to give something to my boss to tell him, okay, these are verified.
Don't we have something like that?
I think you were given the badge. I don't think I was.
Someone was given a badge, and this is Skit wondering who got the badge.
I'm pretty
Yeah, it wasn't me.
sure- I'm pretty sure
It was either me or you.
Yeah, Fiera.
Was it
You,
Mayor?
since
I
you
think-
asked
I think-
the ministers of defense
Yeah,
to give it to you.
I think it was you, Fiera,
Oops,
that
I
got
should've
it.
wrote that down. Okay, well, I probably would have kept that in my satchel. Yeah. Bring out my satchel, open it up, start digging around. Okay. Well, we got this from the Ministress. I know she doesn't have the greatest authority down here, but like you said, you are just a normal guard. And we don't really need to report to you.
And he kind of looks at the badge, his eyes widen a bit, kind of looks at all of you and say, hey, do you with the military?
Like I said, we don't really need to report to you. So how about you just move aside so we can get on with our day? And guess you can report there was an explosion and people left the scene.
Kind of looks to the other two guards, and then there's a male halfling who kind of just shrugs his shoulders, and the other one is just kind of like, yeah, that's a fair point. Oh, yeah.
Again, please, we don't want to cause any trouble. We don't want people to know that we were here. We just want to move on our merry words. We just want to move on our merry way and disappear from your life.
Okay, just be careful around here, I guess, and don't cause any more trouble. And then he just kind of steps to the warehouse, and the other two also just look at each other and just like follow him, and then you are kind of left alone.
Okay, so that could have gone better. It could have gone worse.
Let's
middle ground.
move. Let's move.
Yeah, walk
Let's
it
go.
back.
Let's go. Let's not.
Yeah, let's go. Where are we going?
So this is the port city. Let's start walking into the more city part of the port rather than at the docks, if that makes sense.
Yes, you kind of walk around and you see that most of here doesn't really... Most of here. Okay, I should finish my sentences. It doesn't really look like it branches into a city district like the Van Spy, but it seems like it's really just a port, just with multiple different sections of ports, so it seems like it's been separated. As you go by, you do see kind of where more of the cranes are, one heavier section, you can see a kind of sign that just says Fang Docks. And then now you kind of see the cranes kind of look a bit like fangs that come out of the stonework itself and then kind of claw over. And it seems like it's purely separated into these docks and then warehouses at the back. And you can also see, now that you kind of go out of your way and aren't like secluded in this little area that you came out of, that parts of the sea and or river kind of continues around the curve and goes further in what seems to be the main city, so Zona near into like a somewhat tunnel, which you presume is probably a sewer entrance, but it's big enough for like smaller vessels to also kind of ship through. And you do see a few smaller boats, even rowing boats, that are kind of making their way there. Yeah, mostly you do see a few like normal buildings that seem to be like business area where a lot of the shipmen are going into, people talking, but there aren't like specifically houses where people just live, or at least it doesn't look like it at first glance.
Okay, I want to just take a look around. Do we see any of the railroads that we saw in the tunnel? Does it look like there's a network of like rails going around?
here. Can make a perception check.
Why are you not rolling?
Oh, did?
There it is.
19. Yeah, you look around. It doesn't seem like there are any larger networks of whales. You can see that the large cranes are set onto whales, so they can be moved from force, but you don't see like a, you know, intricate railroad that is kind of going around. And you also don't see like, you know, there aren't like spots in the wall like mines, for example, where there are a lot of, you know, different spots you can go into, which you are very familiar with, by the way. But no, it doesn't seem like it's a big thing here.
Okay, well, I'm just going completely, you know, off the wall here, but if what we're looking for came in and or out of this area, it surely would have come through these cranes. Like, no question, it would have come off of a ship. Obviously, we're in the right place. Like, we followed a trail, so, like, that's pretty obvious, but it must have come in on a boat, and this is how it would have gotten in and out, so...
Yes. I think that's pretty
Most
great.
likely. Yep. It makes sense, at least.
Are there any big iron, like 5-foot tall iron boxes that I recognize just lying around?
Was that 19 perception check? Surprisingly, no. You don't see an obvious large iron box. By the way, you also know the big iron box. Before it was a big iron box, it was unsealed, which means it has an enchantment on that can make it look like a normal box. So it could be literally any crate here if that magic was activated.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah. However, with 19, you would also see with Fiera kind of looking around, since you're looking for like more a, I guess, mainstream thing. There are like houses, but there is like a tavern where a lot of the sailors are kind of set in the middle of this whole place. It's quite large. Well, not super large, but it's kind of like big to medium size. You can just see a sign with an anchor on top that says Sailor's Crib, and people kind of going in and out of there.
So what we could do is, I mean, we could scramble around and see if we can find a trace, but they've most likely absconded. I wouldn't mind a breather. What about you all?
I mean, breathers are nice just to try to figure out what's going on here, because
A breather, gather our thoughts, maybe have a drink, and...
Are we in, like, genuine danger by being down here? Like, it doesn't seem like there's, like, a big threat right now, the way that there was a threat in the other underground place that we went to. But I feel like we might be, like, one toe stepping away from getting in a lot of trouble.
I am a fireball away from curling to my knees dead. I need a drink. And I don't drink.
Well, let's drink and watch our backs then.
Okay, so
Don't worry, I'll constantly be watching our backs, even if it doesn't look like I'm looking around, I am.
Okay.
Alright, to then.
So you step inside, or first of all you approach the kind of inn, and you know it's like your classic, somewhat you know, like sea themed. A lot of anchors are just placed there, just kind of to give it like a shipsman vibe, I suppose. It isn't like super well kept. You can see on some edges of the wood mold starting to grow, so it's been here for a long time. Yeah, but and the good thing about this dock is it doesn't seem to be stinking of fish. It seems like there isn't like a big fish import or export. Doesn't seem like it's made for that. specifically, so at least there isn't like, you know, that whiff of freshly cut or rotten fish in the air. Instead, it's just a mixture between the heavy sea salt from, you know, the sea and the ocean, but also the kind of damp, moist atmosphere of you being in a cavernous space where the condensation kind of stays inside of here in a perpetual state, kind of making you breathe in more salts than you want to. It's almost like, you know, if you spend too much time in seawater, you kind of, you know, get a very salty taste, and you get a kind of a similar but less intense version of it just breathing inside of here. So it's a bit unpleasant depending, you know, on what your experience level or tolerance is. But going inside of there, you can see there's this simple door that leads inside. Couple of windows, also very dirty. You can see the salt that has already started to kind of just place itself there, and the edges of the window are just kind of white encrusted from the kind of minor salt crystals that have started to just, you know, place themselves there. And you step inside and you see a couple of people just, you know, on their way. You see mostly seamen, you know, wearing a tank top, shorts, each of them kind of just having their morning ale, since you are currently, you know, quite early there, so people are just kind of, you know, either getting their breakfast or just their day done. Some of them just woke up. You can see a few of them yawning. It's a mild business day, doesn't seem like too many people. Yeah, and there is a counter on the other end with several barrels of probably some kind of ale or alcoholish drink there. And you can see a female half-elf, kind of shabby, short brown hair, that is currently attending one of the drunken sailors there.
Well, should we send the open or maybe get a room? Because we do have private business to talk about.
I think a room would be best to minimize the amount of people that see us, as well as to keep information between us.
True. I was going to mention that, yeah.
Fair. I guess I'll walk up to the lady, and when there's a good moment to kind of interrupt her.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, hello, how may I help you? Ooh, you seem a bit flustered.
Yes. Actually, I do have a question for that. Do you know where I can get new clothes?
You mean in the city, or do you mean here?
I mean, if I can find a place in the ports, that'd be nice. I know a lot of things coming in and out.
Ooh, must be your first time here then. Not really.
I literally just fell into this place.
Oh, must have been a hard fall then. Well, you really don't look the best. You can't really like buy stuff here for the most part, since most of the goods that get transported here are like private imports and exports from the people up top. But if you want to, I can give you some of my old clothing for a price. Seem to be the same size.
Think. Hand-me-downs. Would I take hand-me-downs? Probably. Sure. That'd be appreciated. And then we're just looking for a private place to relax for a little bit, get our heads together. There's 4 of us. We need like a room.
Sure, I can do that. And any drinks with your state?
Yes. Yes.
Alright, any preferences or just typical old mead?
You know what? Give us like a variety. What was it called? Smorgasbord? Not that. No. A sampler's kit. There we go.
A sampler's kit. Very well then. Will be a bit pricey though.
I look up my gold because I don't know how. I don't remember last time I bought anything. Should be fine.
Alright, very well. Then I presume tab on the room?
Yep.
Name?
Fiera.
Fiera. Alright, then I will... You know what? For the closes, you can just give me 3 gold right now, and we'll just send it with the drinks up to your rooms. How about that?
I quickly give her the gold.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will choose something nice just for you. And
Thank you.
she kind of goes and prepares the thing, and then she quickly comes back and takes out the key and says, "Here you are, lucky number 2. Just go on the corner, up the steps, and should be the room on the left if I remember correctly."
Thank you kindly. And then I'll just wave over my compatriots.
Okay, and they follow, unless during that time the other 3, would you have done anything?
Absolutely not. I am glued to Arya.
I'm trying. Oh, sorry.
I'm just actively looking around, trying to make sure that nobody's like paying us too much attention.
Okay, make an... I guess this would be an insight check. Just kind of gauging how the people are responding towards your presence. Holy shit. That is a natural 20. Well, before I get to that, Eirik, you were about to say...
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm purposely trying to not look at people in the face. Like, I don't want to cause even the slightest bit of concern or attention or anything, and like basically wherever there isn't a person, I will be looking.
Man, that shit's relatable. Okay. Yeah, while Eirik is doing the opposite of Arya, as you kind of looking at the patrons inside of here, scanning their looks and what they're doing, you did see that, you know, most people didn't really care that you stepped in, since, you know, a lot of people are coming in and out, but there's a kind of somewhat central table that is long, can probably seat around 8 people, but they're like 4 kind of rough looking seamen that are there currently eating. One of them is already starting with a 3rd plate. Big mugs of some sort of liquid as they are downing it, and you can see that one of them kind of just taps the other one on the shoulder and just nudges towards your group, and the other people also just kind of, while they're eating and drinking, just kind of eye you, your group, not you specifically. And one of them also looks at Fiera as he's kind of taking a bite out of a sausage, just kind of looks at her and then kind of goes back, and then they kind of continue to, you know, eat and drink, but every so often always just kind of look at you guys.
All right. Let's see. So seeing them pay us a special, like, attention, like notifying his friend, that strikes me as a little weird.
Everything is weird.
I feel like this is a terrible idea, but I feel like I should do it anyway. So I'm gonna go up to the table.
Alright.
Oh my gosh.
Like I said, I feel like this is a terrible idea, but I feel like I would do it anyway. Is there a problem? Like, you seemed awfully interested when we walked in.
Okay. There are 4 people, and you're just kind of just generally approaching the table and not talking to anyone specifically.
Specifically to the guy that had tapped his friend on the shoulder.
Okay, so there seems to be like a larger burly figure. He has some armor on, dark skin, very short black hair, and kind of a relatively short beard. He's the one who's also eating the sausage, as you kind of say that, kind of eats it. knows.
Then why'd you notify your buddy when we walked in?
You know? Where we often get a group of pretty ladies inside of here, you know?
Oh man. I'm gonna turn to walk away, and I'm gonna say under my breath, pigs.
And then as you say that, you can hear the kind of table of men kind of just start laughing. And then they just start eating like pigs, and you get the feeling now they are eating louder deliberately.
Oh, jeez.
But as you're walking away, you can still see they are still eyeing you. And with the natural 20, I will also say they're not just like looking, but also kind of assessing something. Sort of in the sense, you know, would we win a fight? In that kind of sense. Just looking if you have weapons or anything like that, kind of getting a gauge.
Oh, they can look at me all they want. I don't appear to have weapons. So I'm going to kind of pull up Lilithina, and then I'm gonna kind of not noticeably gesture to them, to the table.
Okay.
And just kind of keep an eye on them. I don't get the greatest vibes from them. They might be looking for a fight, or they could see us as just women and want to take advantage of that. And then after I would say that, then I would go up to Fiera and kind of give the same warning.
Appreciate it. Have more reason to get to our room, which I then raise our key and which I have prepared.
Okay, so you kind of go up the flight of stairs to get to the room, and yeah, you open it up. Seems to be a decently big room. 4 beds, 3 on the very end of the room, and then 1 in the bottom left corner. There seems to be a bench on one side, a small tub with which you could probably wash yourself or clothes, and a kind of storage chest in front of the right farmost bed. Other than that, the room seems to be empty.
Well, let's make our way inside. Then I'll make sure to close and lock the door.
Very good, very
So,
nice.
so it's locked.
It is locked.
I test it a little bit.
You test. It's a squeaky door, so even as you open it, it kind of makes a loud. And as you kind of shake it, it's also like it's not super well wedged in, and you can also see that the kind of sides are a bit rusty. So, you know, as a defense, probably not the best door to hide behind, but probably if someone were to try and sneak in, it would definitely make an extremely loud noise, so that's at least good.
Pros and cons. Okay, I'll take a seat on the bed. So, how is everyone?
Not good.
Okay.
Yeah,
You-
a little confused.
Okay, that's fair.
You died 3 times.
It was quite interesting, but we actually got pretty good results because of it. It seems that, well, when one of us seems to fall, that the others pick up the slack and, well, are more motivated to get the win. But it'd be a-
We just don't want like to death to like we. I don't want to leave behind just a bot. Like I don't. Honestly, I still don't know who you people are. I'll be real. Like I'm still really confused about everything that's happening right now. But the idea of letting someone just die in front of me and just moving on seems completely absurd. So, as much as I can, at the very least, I'm gonna try to keep you alive, but please try not to die at the same time. Like, two-way street here.
There, I may have pushed it a bit far.
It was quite scary, to be honest. I am not one to deal with death every single day, and now in the past 24 hours, I've seen someone get beheaded, I've seen 2 fingers being cut, and I've seen someone who I've been working closely with die 3 times in front of me.
Die is a bit strong, but
You also died in the office, the Glamour's office. I mean, you all did, actually.
yes, which I mean, to be fair, pushed you to new heights, as it seems your evocation magic has quite a potential.
Yes, you're right. Actually, that's a good point. Up until now, I mean, because I've worked so kind of on my own, everything has been very much just for me. You know, I've developed the ability to heal myself. You know, just working with tools and stuff. You cut yourself, you know, slice something open, and all of a sudden you're bleeding everywhere, and you just want to clean it up. Like, I can do that. I did not think that I was gonna have to save dead bodies that quickly altogether in this many, you know, in this quick succession. So you're right. Thank you for upping my game, I guess. It's an experience. I'll say that much.
On the fact of us dying, did he truly die though? He wasn't fully dead. He was just unconscious.
He?
Or she.
That's a
Well,
fair point.
Okay. Fine. Death is fine. Maybe not dying. Die means you're gone. Which none of you are gone. You're here. So you didn't die. I get it. All right. But point is,
Sorry.
I would also like to say that I feel like the path that we are on, this isn't going to be just a one-off thing. Like, this is going to happen again. We're going to end up in situations where we're gonna have to fight, and there's chances that we will go unconscious.
understood.
Are you?
Right.
I mean, if it's gonna increase my capabilities of doing things, like that's really cool. Like, I don't mind. Like, I haven't had a reason to use much of my, you know, learnings. So you're bringing it out of me, I guess. That's a good thing.
Well, I think what you're trying to point out is, let's do better. Learn from our mistakes so we can avoid even the possibility of death.
I like that idea.
We give our best today, and we give our better tomorrow.
That's a lovely saying.
Unless we don't make it to tomorrow.
Hmm.
Hey, no
Let's-
being negative
let's-
over there.
Let's
that's-
not think about that.
You can't control my brain.
But I can control fate.
Hey, shut up. I know you can. Stop. Don't do that. I know you can.
Technically, I also can.
God.
See? So you're in our hands now. Perfect.
Don't worry, I won't willingly go into your brain without your permission. Again.
As I've said, technically I can. Doesn't mean I will, but technically I can.
Okay, well, stands to ask the question then, Doctor, can you do it too? Am I kind of,
Oh, go into your mind?
Yes.
I will
Is this
cast
something like
message and start speaking into your mind? I mean, if I really want to.
Cool. Great. Have I just not been around like fancy people enough? Is this something everyone can do?
If I mean, you, how could I say this? You learned to make objects that serve you a purpose that don't seem that way, like your little hand thing that shoots stuff.
Yeah.
Us, we learned to do that with our minds, with our hands. It's different, but it's also kind of the same. It doesn't... Mine comes from my god. I don't know about Dr. Fiera, I don't know about Arya, but I know that I get my capabilities because I believe in Sir Villon and he entrusted me with his knowledge.
And I get mine. It's just innate, like I just have it. It's always been a part of me. I've been learning how to harness it as I've gotten older, but I've always just been very intuitive and just kind of pushed through that and challenged myself further.
For me, I just studied, and honestly, I could probably teach you a thing or two.
Well, okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. That might be cool. Maybe. I gotta get my head wrapped around the idea of it first before anything.
Sure. So I don't know about you all. I guess I'll take out the note I got from the fellow. I would love to see what's in here.
Oh, I forgot about that.
But one of the things I'm learning is that people in Azathia, mostly just the gang type of people, love to lay a trap. I'm starting to get that. I've learned. I'll kind of hand it to Arya. This is your world, right? You know about these people?
Kind of?
You can tell if gas will come out of this, or it'll explode, or...
So I will look at it and I will investigate it for traps.
Okay, investigate it for traps if the envelope has been trapped.
Does the paper have a tripwire?
No.
Like,
Wow.
Yeah, might be. You know.
I have expertise in that, so...
Yeah, you even know that. Yeah, trapping envelope isn't the hardest thing to do, especially now.
like I remember Kai. I got cursed by holding a piece of paper.
Yeah, there are a lot of magical means to which you can trap or enchant a specific item. Most notably, just have a very powerful rune carved inside of something, and even a piece of paper can become a deadly weapon. So you check for
Paper
any...
cuts.
Ooh.
the most deadliest.
Yikes.
It will hinder your workflow and your mind for the next week if you get that cut right between the fucking fingernails, and you will
Ooh.
suffer more than anyone else. But yeah, you kind of look it over to see, you know, if is the paper sharp? Oh no, it seems okay. It seems dull enough. You won't get a paper cut. Okay, that's good. That's good. You look at the edges. You try, maybe you hold it against a bit of light, and there's like a little bit of candlelight set on one of the set on a stool that is there to try and look if there's a rune kind of either carved, stamped, or written on it that could indicate that it's been, you know, tampered with in a arcane manner. But it doesn't seem like it as you look through it. Maybe you smell it, maybe any scent of something being inside of there. You know, usually ink that's used for arcane crafts have a specific smell to it because it's special crafted ink. Nope, seems okay. This seems to be a normal piece of parchment.
I don't trust it.
DC was a 27.
30.
I
It was
give
30.
you my word that this is safe. I can use my psychic abilities to try to push further if you really need me to, but I am pretty dang sure that this envelope is safe.
I could take time and look into the future, see if... No, it's fine. I guess I'll
And I
grab it
hand
back.
it back. Yeah.
Yep. And slowly open it up.
And gasps.
Slowly take out the letter that's inside. And it's a piece of paper between you two.
As she was opening it up and pulling it out, I'm just gonna reach my hand out and just like poke the back of the letter so it gives her a little shock.
Really?
Like, you do mind things, this is...
It's
Okay.
paper.
It's still folded.
I definitely want to cast spells, but
Do you want me to investigate this further? Now that it's out, you seem very anxious.
no. I will trust my fate does not end today. Then open it up.
It'd be so funny if I could say make a Constitution saving throw, but no, you open it up, and you.
Guys, like power death.
Yeah, just a powered kill is inside of this letter. So you wouldn't even have to make a Constitution saving throw; so you would just be dead. But no, it just seems to be a normal piece of parchment and written in a similar hued ink as the flames, kind of like pinkish, purplish. So it kind of has a nice contrast against the kind of yellowish colored piece of paper, and it's written in very fancy calligraphy, so that a proper skilled
I get impressed.
individual wrote this, and you also know to get this colored ink is super expensive. This isn't just like, you know, you just go to any ink store to get this kind of color. So what it says is, I guess I shall read it. Or one of you can't read it. Who wants to, huh?
I can read as I yeah, I can read out loud as I read.
Okay.
Ooh, I should probably go on the roll 20 for that.
You probably should.
Pink flame, no. Oh, I just closed it. Let's open it. There we go. Is it in common, I assume?
Yes, it is in common.
All right. No? Huh. Well, good for whoever wrote this. We have the Terra Chrysalis in our possession. If you wish it returned, then simply follow these conditions. Oh, I love conditions. First, we want you to sign the Celianis Pact. Is that right? With the modification that all Chrysalis will become accessible to the public, and they will become assets of the open market space under the magical artifact category. And we are allowed to be purchased to anyone who has permission to own or handle magical artifacts. Okay. Second, when the Nicene High Court gets disposed of because of the Celianus Pact, and a new court gets put into place, we want it to be controlled by the Atrium High Mages, the Corvith Magical Institute. Kind of glance at Eirik, knowing about his boss. They continue. You have time until the next high storm. If all conditions have not been fulfilled and publicly announced, a war will be the least of your problems. Also, I'm very impressed by the red-haired girl. I'm kidding, that wasn't it.
Well, snap. I feel like we're being blackmailed in a way, and I don't appreciate it.
I kind of agree with the first point.
Yeah, I was gonna say that actually doesn't sound horrendous.
The first point, like, I for one think chrysalises should be a lot more widely used. But I do believe they require at least some magical knowledge and like, you can't just let a peasant have a chrysalis because they're gonna do dumb stuff. But like, as I said, like, I think the first point makes sense. The second one, though, isn't it exchanging rotten potatoes for other rotten potatoes? At least those rotten potatoes that we have in place right now, we kind of know them. They've been in place for a long time, and these other guys, like, are they good? Are they bad?
Can you tell me if the high mages that are at the institute, is it a collective of all the families, or is it one family in particular that runs it?
Do I know that?
Can make a history check.
Yep.
We just had a high storm, so we have a little bit of time.
Yeah, we have a couple days.
We
Like,
don't have the
We've
contact.
had 2 nights since the high storm.
yeah.
Yeah, the Atrium High Mages are pretty famous, and first of all, they don't belong to any families, and they are one of the most respective archmages in all of Azathia, and specifically they have laid the foundation for the Gesetze der Magie, which is the laws of magic. So how magic is allowed to be used inside of society is set by them. They are the standard setters of this. So for example, some of these laws which you would know is like mid-grade level magics is like magics up to a third level can only be used by those who have a magical license, and then anything above that you would have to kind of first verify with the Archmage Guild of Invocation whether or not you are allowed to do that. And specifically, if you try to cast anything above 7th level, you will have to first submit a formal and detailed request and then have an appointment with one of the Atrium High Mages to discuss whether or not you are allowed to do that, since that high magic usually involves a lot of crazy shit. So in order that no one abuses this power, they have set this law, so no one tries to bring back the dead or stuff like that. They specifically have this law of magic. So even in a high society and a dense society where there are a lot of magic practitioners, things don't go out of hand. So that is why they are quite important. And you would know some of these members Covert himself is one of the members. Zephygus Silverstein, who is the founder of the Zephygus Archives, where you have studied as well, is also one of the members. And they are all archmages who are have to be high elf and have to be older than 500 years old. Otherwise, you can't be one. And you have to be an expert in every single arcane field. Usually, you know, in the schools, they have like a professor for one specific school, you know, like evocation, enchantment, stuff like that. But these are the best of the best, the highest of the highest. Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
So I would definitely relay that information out.
I feel like that's not a terrible request. But I feel like it shouldn't be made entirely of them.
It's interesting, right? We were given this note by someone who obviously belongs to some gang, or oh god, who runs the gangs?
Oh, the cartel? No.
The cartel, yeah. Which means they have connection to these high mages, as they've been talking, and obviously they both want this to happen.
Well,
It's really interesting.
it's absolutely no secret, I think, that I've studied the history of the chrysalises and how they used to be used and their impact on our world and how us elves are connected to the Feywild and how everything is kind of interconnected in the end. And so again, like these people, they to me they make sense. And I think I've been quite honest so far by saying that I do believe that people should have access to more. But at the same time...
Oh, that's for me. I ordered some room service. I'll go to the door and just say, yes, who is this?
Yes, a special taste survey and closes. Is this correct? Number 2?
Yes, perfect. Unlock, open it up.
Yeah, you can see like a very young boy, like small pointy ears, probably also half elf with freckles, just covered in freckles and bright orange hair. A little bit like you, just more oranges and less red. And he's kind of here you go. And you just can see a tray. On one side of the tray there are, you know, a set of clothes, and on the tray several bottles with 4 glasses. And you just kind of here you go.
Oh, yep. Grab it all. And then I'll give him oh god, I don't know how to tip in Azathia. 3 silver.
3 silver. Takes it.
Good work. And by the way, you have great taste in hair.
It was my choice, but thank you.
Oh, well,
I would say
make sure to take care of it.
I will. Thank you. And then he kind of just waddles down with like this bright smile, waddles down the steps.
Yep.
And then as you close
the door.
Yeah, you just hear, Mom, I just got 3 silver.
That was too much. Yeah, close the door, lock it.
Very good. You remembered.
Then I'll put the. Do you have a yeah, I assume we have a table. I'll put it on like desk or table and help yourselves. I got a little bit of everything.
Yep, you can see a very dark green bottle with a very dark liquid inside of it. One more clear bottle. that you can already kind of smell the strong alcohol, and then there's like a weird hourglass shaped pink bottle also there.
What did you order?
I asked for like one of everything. I wasn't sure what we would like or what you guys like, and this was kind of the easiest way to do this.
And we're just about to drink random bottles of things coming from strangers in an underground cartel-ridden place. No.
Do you?
I do have
ever detect poison?
I do. I have.
Trust nothing. The boy was an assassin.
I have detect poison. I could do it. I could do it 3 times instantly, and then we would have to wait for 10 minutes until
I will pour a drink with like a little bit of everything, so it's like a mix, and then present it to Izero.
Well,
There.
Detect poison magic, you don't have to do it 3 separate times with 3 different bottles. It detects any poison in the room as far as I'm concerned, right?
Does it?
I'm trying to
just like
see-
detect magic.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Oh yeah, anything within 30 feet of
Yeah,
me.
yeah,
Poison, poisonous
geez.
creatures, and diseases.
Perfect.
I can also identify the kind of poison, poisonous creature, or disease in each case.
Yep. Oh, I was about to
So
say
yeah, I
that.
absolutely can.
Okay, you detect.
Yeah.
And
I will detect poison.
then it's, you know, the same argument like the last time you did it. Is alcohol poison? Yes, it is. So you detect alcohol.
You should be able to detect
well-
what kind of alcohol, though.
It's the clear
Well,
one is very similar to turpentine. Is that what it's called?
Turpentine.
Turpentine. Jesus
Turpentine.
Christ.
Yeah,
It's very,
turpentine.
Very strong. It's like almost pure alcohol. It's like the equivalent to a vodka.
That's rubbing alcohol. Don't drink that.
And as you kind of look just at the names, you can see that the weird pinkish one is just called Pink Delight. You can only sense a little bit of alcohol from there. And the other one is called the Fell Grape Rum. It's quite strong, but nowhere as much as turpentine. Turpentine? Did I say it right?
Turpentine.
Turpentine.
Yeah.
Christ.
That is an N.
I don't
My
even know
God.
what that is.
Used to distill oil paint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
quite
so-
strong.
Same as before. I'll just make a mix and help myself to a shot.
Okay, the mix, the 3-way Fell Delight is what I would call it, because it's a mixture of all, and yeah, it kicks real hard. It's like a first very sweet taste from the Pink Delight. You say, oh, but then the turpentine kicks in and you're like, oh boy, and your tongue goes numb for a second before you get a bit dizzy, and then you brace yourselves, and then, oh yeah, it was actually pretty nice.
Nice. Slammed on the table. See, we're all still alive.
You really like pushing your boundaries, don't you?
How else do you know how far you can go?
By getting there at a normal pace.
But I am not like you three. I'm only gonna live so long.
I smell the pink one, and I just and put it back.
Yeah, you taste a bit like I said, it's extremely sweet. It's like a grape cider, so you don't taste the alcohol that much unless and if Isra is like me Jack in real life, you can taste the most minuscule amount of alcohol and you will get a headache no matter what. So if you like that, then you know you will probably still would like it even though it's so sweet, or maybe you do like it.
Isarel does not drink at all, so she definitely tastes the alcohol and go, ooh, nope, not for me.
I thought you said you wanted a stiff one after getting beat up.
That was
there.
it. I'm good.
Oh,
You
wait.
got it.
So you're
You
gonna
got it
magically dose yourself just fine. But a little bit of alcohol is your limit?
Like, I don't drink. I do not. I do not drink. It's not me. When you drink, you lose your ability to talk. And 99% of
even-
my job is talking.
And talking is how you help keep people alive. So yeah, we need you to keep your
Alright.
brain and your talking ability.
And if I lose my talking ability, then there's a counter argument. If I don't talk, I don't lose fingers.
Hmm.
And I'll just take a swig.
There you go.
Oh,
Good for you.
I guess make a con save just to see how well you handle your first shot of
oh
alcohol.
no.
Oh, this
Oh,
is
boy.
bringing back sangria.
Ouch.
Oh, it's sangria vibes.
You take it and you are dizzy instantly, and yeah, you can feel a migraine creeping up. That's really how it works with me, by the way. It's real bad.
Oh.
Rough.
My character will try the cider as well.
Yeah, it's good. Sweet, if you like sweet, then it's good. Nice grapey taste. A bit fizzy too, it's a bit fizzy. Well, if you've drunk alcohol before, there's like nothing, there's maybe like 4 or 5% max.
I feel like with my background and like I might have had a drink or two before.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Yeah, probably in one of your jobs. While you were pretending to be someone, you probably had to take a couple of drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This isn't bad. Eirik?
I'm good,
And I-
thanks. Basically, I'm
Try
gonna pull out
this.
my water. Nope, nope. I'm good.
Try it.
I'm not. Nope.
Try it.
Nope.
Try
Nope.
it,
I'm not
try
drinking.
it,
I'm not
try
drinking
it.
strange alcohol from strangers. Nope.
I'm not a stranger.
Not you're not the strange.
We've
Don't
already-
you live here? This should be normal alcohol for you.
Yeah, but
And we've already
did you not hear what
decided-
I said before?
We've already decided there's no poison.
Well, I know, but
Unless
I just
alcohol is a poison. Take it. Take it.
I'm just gonna gently push it back towards her and pull out my water skin. It's basically like a medieval times Nalgene bottle, just like a little screw top.
Jeez. That's a picture. Alright.
It's just got like a little leather strap that the lid hangs off of, and
Great. So we have all loosened up a little bit. So what are we gonna do? Because to be honest, if we present this to the wrong person, like the lake commander, as holy as he is, no, he will take this as an insult and come in and take over the city. And there will be war. Or worse than war, I'm sorry. By their
and
words.
probably kill us.
Not sure about that, but maybe. But there will be death, apparently.
No
We need to
matter what
avoid
we
that.
do, no matter what we do, it's a lose-lose. The one person says that if we don't comply, then war's the least of our concerns. And we've already got a snippet of what they're capable of. And then,
Right.
so I feel like it's either make a deal with terrorists or we...
See, these are organized terrorists. That's a little bit different.
Either way, they're terrorists of some kind.
Maybe.
And if we don't do that, who knows what's actually going to happen. If we do it, we're going to have war from your people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a
Potentially.
lose-lose scenario.
So on my side, it's actually largely, well, it's not ordinary for that legion to come here and, I guess make threats so quickly. And it's not ordinary for that one member that was supposed to show up. It all seems staged to me. There's factions growing in Canaan, and one faction wants, a stern hand on the wheel, while the other faction that goes along with the Archbishop just wants peace. I would say that the light commander and that, the one he works for,
Then why cut off fingers? What was the point of that?
oh, that was a threat. I'm just saying, there are people I can go to that do want peace. But it would be difficult, as their political power seems to be weighing.
Yeah, because this is the point that we, as a group, aren't aligned with anyone specifically, so we're effectively 4 individuals. Yes.
Technically speaking, like very, very technically speaking, I'm with the archmages. I studied with some of them and all that, and
I mean,
again,
okay,
technically speaking, I'm on their side. Technically
understood.
speaking.
You're right. That's true. In the realistically, at the moment, we're kind of just a group of 4 who have met 3 days ago.
3, 4 ish.
4 doesn't matter. And all of a sudden, we're tasked with preventing the world from being destroyed. And we don't really have anyone to directly report to, because we go one way, it's going to be a problem. We go another way, it's another problem. We go another way, we don't have a direction.
So you keep going back to you don't really know us. Do you want to learn about us? You can ask us questions. We can play like 20 questions right now. Because you keep coming back to you don't really know us. So.
I'm not saying like I don't want to know who you are. Like, I do. If we're going to be spending this time together, yeah, it's going to be good to know each other. That's great. I mean, I trust you.
Ooh, I have an idea. How about one question? Which seems to be the most important right now. We can go around, take our time. If you found this chrysalis and could decide what is to be used of it, what would you do with it? I think that's a good way to get to know each other right now, especially in this instance.
I think it's gonna help us figure out what's our stance also.
Exactly. Well, I guess I can begin if that will help you all. So this is a Medex chrysalis. It's an earth one, which is the middle sized. If I could use it, I do think the chrysalis need to be shared. I do think a new form of leadership needs to be established to decide its use, and that it shouldn't just be those of the Nicene Council. I would want to try to raise a new leadership with each country, where they together decide how to use it for the betterment of the entire plane.
So I'm kind of. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, I was just gonna say that's pretty. Like, that's a good point. Like, if we find, I would want to find ways to use whatever power is encapsulated in these things to, help people. And personally, coming from a background of tinkering and mechanics and, working on stuff, I would feel comfortable if these things were more centrally located, and if you wanted to work on them or see them, you had to go to them, so that things aren't just floating around and being lost. Which would be good if we had, if there was a group, like you just said, that oversaw everything and new leadership, blah blah blah. They could all be sort of in one place, but it could be openly accessible.
Yes, they should be learned to everyone, so people know what they are capable of, good, bad, or otherwise.
So I believe that they should be shared. But I do think that the people that should be in charge are magically inclined, so they have a basis and they understand. It doesn't necessarily have to be the mages, but it could be like Dr. Ferris said, it could be somebody from each country on the plane would have a representative.
Yes.
That is magically inclined. Maybe they have different specializes of different types of magic. But either way, everybody has an idea of it, and then they can together decide who would have access to it or how it's shared, things like that.
My entire goal, my entire life, is to spread the use of those chrysalises to as many people as possible, but also in a way that the wrong people don't get access to it and don't, how can I say this? The more people know about what chrysalises do and how to use them, the stronger the weave is going to become, because it's going back to our roots. It's going back to who we were as people before. And to me, that needs to be widely spread. But also, I don't want someone with ill intentions to start messing around with it. So it does need some kind of supervision, and people that are magically inclined are the best people to know how to help others learn the rights and the wrongs and all that. And I don't believe that keeping them locked away, hidden, and used as a threat against others, if you don't give them to us, or if one disappears or whatever, war is coming, or this is not the way to go around. oh, you lost a chrysalis, now we're gonna wipe you off the map. That's not a... It's not a good way to do things. And I don't think that the people that are in place right now are the right people to take care of this. And I also don't think that the people that are trying to get in power are the correct people to take care of this, because we have the Holy Lichnius that wants to keep all of the chrysalises hidden and locked away, and then you have the Archmages, which, although I do associate with them, kind of, they want them like floating around and everything, and I just think that we need to find like a happy middle where, like Eirik said, I don't know, Mr. Farmer Bob needs his plot of land to be better, like more fertile or something, so he knows how to harness the magic from the chrysalis to make his land more fertile, so he can help his neighbors, help his village, and then the village, grows and everything. But then if Roger over there wants to just make his wife pay because she slept with the milkman, then he's not gonna just have a tree grow through the guy's house or something. You know what I mean?
Wow.
I don't know how to feel with what you just said. Like,
No. Everything you said makes perfect sense.
it makes sense, but like at the same time, like, the milkman? Why you gotta bring the milkman into it? What did the milkman ever do to you?
The milkman doesn't bring milk, is what he's doing to me.
Ooh, that's
We'll
something
unpack that later.
Yeah. But good points. It seems like we all are actually in agreement. Deliciousness, where I'm from, is too extreme. The Archmages that you're from is too extreme. As well, good points. We need to make sure we have proper security to make sure they aren't used in the wrong way, and that the proper people are looking over them at different, that are specialized in different ways. And Eirik, they need to be used to help. So, man, the people downstairs are so loud. So we need to find people who are aligned with our thoughts and start building our own faction that can become this middle ground. And then we need to prop it up while we suppress the others. It's that simple.
That easy. Let's be the middleman between the freaking Holy Lichnius and the Archmages. Like the two factions that can blast us from existence. Just that,
Yep.
My mentor was obsessed with the chrysalises. He was obsessed with their use. I've learned everything that I know about them from him. It kind of makes sense now that they want what they want.
Yeah. Let's see, so a high storm. Oh God. I used to know when I was Kai. I think it's like roughly every 3 weeks. I want to say. Just like super roughly. Does that sound right?
2 to 3 weeks ish,
Something like that.
if I remember correctly. What?
1 to 2 Voss. So 10 to 20 days.
Yes.
So yeah.
Roughly. Ooh. So at minimum, we have 10 days to figure out something in response to this letter.
If we go at the minimum, we have 8 days. Because the last high storm was 2 days ago.
and depending when the light commander comes back, because he's going to want to see either Chrysalis or Progress.
And he definitely doesn't want to see that note, so we have to keep it hidden from him. And we all have to wipe it from our memory if we see him, because he's gonna know.
I can store it pretty easily. Well, at the very least, I can let them know that we read it and that we will think it over. I'm kind of curious if he's open to talking to someone like me. To which I guess I'll cast Sending and try to send a message to the flaming fellow.
Okay. I am now wondering if seeing him cloaked is enough for you to be familiar with him because you don't even know his name.
I don't.
And you don't really
You
know
heard
what
him
he looks
talk.
like. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with him.
I will leave it up to a roll. Let's say just roll a straight intelligence, and the DC is just going to be 15.
Oops. Why am I rolling in roll 20? I have no idea. It's on ages. There it is.
Yeah, no, it seems like you're trying to direct the sending to someone, but all you can put in your mind is a hooded figure. That sounds a bit like this.
That does not help, yeah.
Yeah. It needs at least a face so you can visualize who you're sending this to.
That makes sense.
Just for, I don't know, safety's sake or something, in case anyone finds this letter. Can I see the letter for a second?
And
I'm gonna fold the letter back up and put it back in the envelope, and I'm going to just cast Mending on the entire thing to reseal it, to fix the bends, to make it look like we haven't touched it.
Yeah, can be done easily enough.
Just, I don't know if the wrong person sees that we have it and thinks that we've opened it or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Paranoid person.
Yeah, what about it?
not really a
It's
bad
just an interesting quirk of yours. I'm starting to notice more and more.
Yeah, I don't know if you've realized, but this is like a lot past my comfort zone. So I don't really know what I'm doing, but I don't want to do anything wrong. We've done a lot wrong. We've killed people.
Bad people.
I wish that I could say that this is a first for me, but I can't.
It was a first for me.
Yeah, we don't really have crime back home, so.
Nobody's too afraid to do anything.
Right, so we're all learning.
There is a haunted bag next to me. Very sorry about that.
That is something. Oh boy. Well, we need to figure out what to do next.
What time is it?
Still like morning. You.
Oh Jesus.
Well, it's like afternoon now, but like it's like 12 o'clock.
I don't know how much I've told you about my connection to Servalon.
Is this the tree guy?
It's more than that. The trees are the trees. The Servilon is basically also known as the Tree of Life, you know, and he has children all over here, and the tree that I speak to here is Telvon, one of his children, and Telvon showed me something. Showed me. He gave me a vision of what's going to happen if we fail,
Oh,
and it's kind of scary. It's and I'll tell them basically what I've seen in my vision about the two factions fighting and the world being destroyed and all that, and the big creatures in the sky and everything, and just let them know a little bit of what happened. Now, I don't know if it's exactly going to happen like this, or if it's more of a metaphor or something. But definitely it sounds to me like if we do fail, like the angels are just gonna come down of skies and start whacking.
I mean, I would say that's very unlikely. But I guess maybe in the most extremes, it might happen.
I mean, if the Holy Lichness, because now that I know that the Archmages are also interested in the chrysalises the way they are right, like with the note and everything. The mazes and all that. I feel like, because in this vision there were two factions fighting, so now I feel like it would be the Holy Lichness versus the mages, and we can't let that happen.
Hmm. Do I know if there's like something similar in I think it's Colas, where the dwarves are from, if they have some sort of arcane hierarchy or organization?
Yeah, you can make a history check.
So close.
21. Their hierarchy is a bit different as Azathia, in the sense that they are a monarchy, and you know they are ruled by the all-or throne. Oh, it's not a. Is it a monarchy if you have a king and a queen? Yes. Still, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, but they have that going on for them, and it usually everything that goes on in colors, unlike in Azathia, is kind of decided up to the monarchy. So they have specialized arcane groups, and Kovali is most famous for developing specific tools for their minds, and that obviously comes from direct orders from the throne itself to, you know, they are the largest one of the largest importers and exporters of all ores, next to Yeshimon, who are also specialized in uncovering specialized ore. But there's a wide variety of different crystals, gems, and stuff like that. All kind of gems that you usually find come from colors, and yeah, it's kind of controlled by the crown, is what I would just call it, or the throne.
Interesting. I mean, this kind of comes to the not premonition, the like I can't think, the divination that the Ariels gave you, Arya, about a shadowy, I mean, organization or a terror coming out in the future between two streams. It sounds like there's something coming, right?
And it mentions like the earth shall tremble. Like it makes me wonder if it has to do with the earth chrysalis, by being put in the wrong hands.
Possible. To me, it just sounds like war at extreme means that would make the earth tremble.
And just for your information, Fia, since you ordered 21, there's one specific group that is responsible for all the arcane crafts and colors, and they are known as the Arcane Administration that operate in colors. Just have to look for the name.
Gotcha. Okay. Right, but the funny thing about the future and fate is that it can be changed. It can be molded, melded. It can be, well, manipulated to get the result you want if you have the willpower and means to do so. So while we had a dangerous vision and a dangerous, I guess, divination forecast, well, luckily you found me, because I kind of have been studying changing fate. And Eirik, because we need somebody who is normal.
Thanks.
To keep us in check.
I'm not the person to keep people in check.
See, I think you're the perfect person to do that.
You're the most down to earth, common person in this room.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious. I mean, I'm not, I'm not trying to talk down about your lives. Like, that's cool. It's a lot for me.
Which is good, because if it was simple or easily understood, then you would be the wrong person.
Yep.
And we'd probably do something extreme because of it. Not that we won't anyways, but yeah, so what do we want to do next? We have some time. I would love to get, well, I need to change. I actually have a change of clothes.
Two things.
Eirik, just look at that wall. And I'm just gonna change out of my clothes real quick. Get the almost raggy robes on the ground and just put on the, I guess, commoner clothes she gave me.
Yeah, they are decent. They are cleaned. They are kind of made with your average linen and silk. Well, not silk, that's too high quality. It just seems to be a very normal garb. It's kind of white, like a white underdress, and then a sort of brownish coat above, and a few leggings that you can put underneath the kind of whitish longer dress. And that's about it.
Lovely. So I can't think of anything we can do down here at the moment.
Two things. I need my finger reattached to my body. But also,
Ooh, we weren't supposed to do that. Didn't he say to not do it? Like, wasn't that a threat to not reattach our fingers?
It was more
Am I crazy?
implied.
Well, then I need my finger preserved so when I can, I will reattach it to my body. And second thing, I need this thing to be identified, and I'll open up my little pouch and take out the ring that I collected off Glamour's body.
That I can do. Goggles.
I forgot
Holy
you took that.
Yeah, I completely forgot that too. Jesus
Everybody
Christ.
forgot,
To
apparently.
be fair, I completely forgot, and Matt reminded me. Was it yesterday?
Yeah, it was
Or
a day or
t-
two,
y-
yeah.
Yeah, it was a day or two ago. And he's like, don't forget you have this. And I was like, what? I have that?
I was wondering why you haven't looked at it. I was like, huh.
Now I have to remind myself what wing you found. Oh, for fuck's
Um,
sake. Did I tell you to write anything specific down? Or did I just say write down Fenwick wing when you took it?
I have. I have something about that somewhere. Hold on. Hold on. It's
There was a color.
yeah.
I think it was a pinkish color or a pinkish stone. Maybe?
Okay, because I think I know what it is. My memory has been refreshed, but I'm not 100% convinced. So I will double check that.
It's a silver ring with a pinky-esque gem on it.
Mm.
Is what it was.
Okay, yeah, then it was a, when you identify it, a ring of mind shielding.
Ooh.
Which only Iwake at this point knows, since he's the one who identified it. And who's probably also the one who needs it the most.
It's actually so true.
Yeah, I'll share that.
Hmm. What is that? Ooh. That.
What is it?
While you're wearing this ring, you are immune to magic that allows other creatures to read your thoughts, determine whether you are lying, know your alignment, or know your creature type.
Wow.
I feel like Eric needs that to feel at ease around everybody.
You can use an action to cause the ring to become invisible until you use another action to make it visible until you remove the ring or until you die.
That's pretty handy.
If you die while wearing the ring, your soul enters it, unless it already houses a soul. You can remain in the ring or depart for the afterlife. As long as your soul is in the ring, you can telepathically communicate with any creature wearing it. A wearer can't prevent this telepathic communication.
Does
Glamour?
identify allow me to know if there's a soul in it?
I mean, that's what I'm wondering now. Is Glamour in the fucking ring?
I don't think identify says that you would know, unless it says specifically in the item, because usually it would say if there's special conditions met, but I don't think there is.
Hang on, let me find the spell.
It's one way to find out.
I mean, you can put it on, you can't.
You choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If the You learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use, and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn what spell created it.
Yeah, so no.
Mm.
Well, how do we know?
I guess.
Somebody just put it on and try to communicate with Glamour?
I mean, it would be the most useful to Eirik. Like, I feel like this ring should belong to Eirik. Because you're the one that's the most sensitive to those kind of things, and you should be protected from people trying to enter your brain. So I guess take the time to attune to it and let us know if you have an angry man
What?
screaming in your head.
Hold on. What? No. I mean, I get it. I appreciate that you, like, yes, I do actually want that, like, protection. But I don't do. What do? Am I gonna have this thing just in my head permanently? Like, who?
Who knows? Maybe you need to convince him to go into the afterlife.
I might be able to release them as well.
I really don't want someone just in my head. Really don't. You saw what happened.
Should someone be the
Can we go? Can we
testing
find that
dummy?
orange-haired kid? Can we get him back and put it on him?
You want to test it on a barmaid's son.
Tell you what, I could use a nap. I'll test it out. If he's in there, I will try to find a way to remove him. And then you can have the ring afterward.
I mean, at the very least, just let me know if it's like, is he just going to be in there, like, talking to me the whole time? Because I really don't want, like, an extra voice up there.
That would be hilarious.
There's enough of them already.
Given this ring's supposed to protect your mind from upstate intrusion. It literally would do the opposite. But I wouldn't mind trying it. It'd be a good test. So hold out my hand.
And now you're engaged. Congratulations.
That's what I was...
I got you.
Now you're forever together. Yeah, take some short rest to attune, right?
Yeah, I need a short rest anyways.
Short
Well,
rest.
everybody,
I don't know what that gives me, but we'll find out.
I'm gonna take another shot though, and then just plop on the bed.
Okay. Flopped on the bed. For the rest, you guys are chilling too.
Oh, absolutely. If we can take. Hold on. Yeah, if we can take another short rest, I would definitely take another short rest. And try to get some hit dice.
Well, if we take
We got
4 hours
fireballs.
as elves, we get a long rest.
Do you
That's
need
true.
4 hours?
I would get all of my spells back.
But then would you be able to take another long rest, like, later? Like,
Super rested.
Yes, like nothing speaks against taking too long rests, and I short period of time.
Oh.
Like you can always rest. Like when you're exhausted, it doesn't matter.
Well, I know, but I didn't. I thought for some reason you can only like realistically do one long rest like a day. Like
I think
Oh.
in
Let's do
3.5,
that.
in 3.5, you could only take a long rest once every 24 hours.
right. Okay.
Is what it was.
Yeah, that was one of the older rules.
Yeah, I think it was in 3.5.
Okay.
If I remember correctly. I might be
Something
wrong,
like that.
but if I remember correctly, I think that's what it was.
I don't know. I don't use that rule. The only kind of long rest rule is you have to be in an environment where you can feasibly rest, and it feels like a rest. Like if you're in a dungeon, for example, you can't take a long rest since you're surrounded by monsters in a dark, cold
That makes sense.
space. Which
Yeah, so I could just sit in a corner and meditate for 4 hours.
And you're
That's
kind of
very
drunk, so it's
easily
probably a good thing that you take a long rest.
That's true.
Okay. You all
All right.
are you taking a short long rest for 4 hours? What's the plan?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Then, the favorite game, once and for all, now that you're kind of sitting in your room, which bed do you guys choose?
I'm with Arya.
There are 4 beds, so
Oh,
I mean, we can cuddle puddle if you want.
like there are 3
Oh,
in the room and then 1 kind of
I
separated.
get flashbacks. Batari flashbacks.
Don't say that.
But you're all in the same room now, so
Well, I was with him.
I mean, I don't have to sleep. I don't
will
don't get
set I'll
anything
set
back from
a
my
magical
friends.
ward just in case. Is there a window and a door? I assume.
there's
Well,
only
we
a
know
door.
there's a door.
Yeah, there's only
There's
a
no
door.
window?
No window, no.
Okay. I will put an alarm on the door because I do have that spell,
Okay. Putting an alarm on the door. Didn't help out.
and it will be loud. It didn't,
Listen,
but
come on.
honestly, good for that assassin. They were effective.
Well, I guess I can spoil it now, which is a weird point to put it, but the assassin was already in the room the entire time. And he
No
didn't check
way.
under the bed. That's why.
Oh, God.
Amateurs.
Oh, man.
You did-
So for our listeners, we had another campaign with Jack, and we had a TPK. That's how we started this one. So if you hear us reference character names you don't recognize, that's where they come from.
Yep. And I guess since you're all taking a rest and no one's doing anything special, we will also take a short break for our midway break since it's been 2 hours. So great segue for this year. Thank you for that.
Excellent.
Yes, we will see you guys in a bit. Welcome back to episode number 11, part 2. Why am I speaking like an Indian? Because I am one. Yeah, you guys started to take a... There has to be a name for this. Elf's Long Rest. There it is. An Elf's Long Rest, which is the half amount for your normal guys, so that the 2 elves in the group can revitalize and get their sweet ass powers back. So, well, you haven't done the rest yet. I was just about to ask, is there anything during the rest that you would like to accomplish? And it is 4 hours, and if you like to like look through stuff or do something, that's totally acceptable as well. So if anyone wants to, you know, spend time doing stuff.
No, I'm just kind of probably be reading some book that I have.
Okay. And yeah, just as a DM's note, is you can also just like ask to I guess just think about stuff. Sounds so stupid. Think about stuff that you think your character could know, or if you want to wish to know whether or not you have certain connections that you could make. Since I obviously have way more context than you guys, and sometimes I feel like some of your characters would, but you as players don't really have. You can also do stuff like that, like if you found something out, you can ask to wish to learn more just by, you know, since you have time to think about it. That's kind of how I rule it is. You know, you can't spend time just going through your own mind and trying to figure stuff out that way. Where
I feel like Isarel would definitely be thinking back to her school days and try to see if there's anything that she's heard in the months that she was there that would help at all, like, and specifically thinking about her mentor and her professors, not just like, oh, she read, because she read so many books and she was so obsessed about a lot of things, but like, are you okay, Ed?
Sorry, yeah. I'm good, sorry.
Christ.
Sorry.
Man, that just came so out of left field, man. Like, dang.
Oh man.
Oh, God. Yeah, you were saying. Oh shit! You killed Skid Man. I guess in the meantime, if we ever said anything.
Nope.
Okay.
It seems like I missed something very entertaining when I took my headset off.
You just missed a. I don't even know how to put it.
It was what kind of a hiccup mixed to a burp or something.
It was a wondrous sound.
And I have the mind of a 2-year-old, so I think that shit is like the funniest thing on earth. And I just lost it. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm back. I think I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Okay, as I was saying, like, I know Isarel like read a lot of books and things, but I feel like she would be thinking back to her mentor specifically, to, well, not her mentor, her teacher specifically, and try to remember if he said anything about his superiors that could help us in what we're dealing with right now. So I would probably spend those few hours like kind of meditating or thinking over like what if there's anything that I can remember at all.
Oh no, I have to burp. Oh god. Oh shit. Get the gas out, boys. Get the gas out. It's healthy. Yeah, you can make a history check.
Yep. See, I burped earlier, but my noise suppression is so good, no one heard it.
Usually I have myself on mute too.
Oh shit. Dang. That's a natural 20. Yeah. You are thinking back to good old Terrendale Wissensübergeber. It's a nice, kind high elf, your tutor, your professor, and he was he was working specifically in the Zephyrus archives, so you don't. He never really talks super much about the Covert Magical Institute, since that is something else. In fact, he isn't a mage, he is a historian. He learns stuff. So his knowledge about the kind of aristocracy of the high mages is not super in depth, but he did talk about them sometimes. Since he doesn't work with them, he often informs other archmages who are in the pursuit of knowledge. And since he was kind of more on the diplomatic side, since that is what you were sent to be tutored to. But with a natural 20, you can kind of remember him always speaking in relatively high regards concerning specifically Zephyrus and Covert. So those two high mages he always talked very fondly about. So always he used to always say, like, every time I had the honors to meet them, it was like the greatest experience ever, since they are considered literally the wisest people on the plane, at least in Azathia. And that he also thinks that they have set the foundation for development inside of Azathia. The reason why Azathia has been able to develop in such a fast and almost like own way is because of these two individuals. Zephyrus specifically, also known as the Lawkeeper, having built the archives and then trying to preserve as much knowledge and information as possible. The archive is so big, a lot of the books inside of it haven't even been read yet. That's how much lore they have kept, trying to uncover mysteries from the past. But he also then, and with Natural 20 you would know, always was a bit dissatisfied with what he was able to do, since the restrictions of the Holy Lichenius were extremely strict. So a lot of the things he did uncover and wish to study got taken away from him by the Holy Lichenius. Same goes for Covert. He was the one who laid the foundation for arcane crafts, and the reason why it's so publicly, in quotation marks, available is because of him. And also the reason why you don't see any kind of arcane terrorists running around is because he has set the laws of magic, ensuring that no one goes rogue and everything is kind of under control. And for the most part it has worked, and allowed society, even in the limited conditions set by the Holy Lichenius, allowed the Azathians to thrive beyond. And as you see, the magic availabilities even in cities that aren't specifically mage cities, like Zunania, still have the teleportation towers, which kind of put development at a forefront. So that is what you would know about at least these two archmages. They are, at least from a professor standpoint, held at extremely high regards.
Good.
So I know that I would want to be reading a book. I would probably ask Dr. Fear if there's any, if she has any books about Canaan or anything like that. Just history-wise, anything like that I would find interesting, which is everything.
Funny enough, only two books I have on me are, a spell book, and the only other book I have is mostly about, how can I put this? Different versions of myself in worlds that I've glimpsed into. If you want, you can look it over. It's not like there's anything I'm trying to hide. It's more of a research notebook than a story.
It sounds interesting. If you're sure, I'm not intruding into your
I mean,
personal
you're not.
stuff.
I just don't know if it'll be of interest to you.
You'd be surprised at what I find interesting.
I guess help yourself, and I'll pull out of my satchel the black notebook that I always scribble in and have used for a couple spells and hand it to you. It's not really in any particular order. There's this, everything I've documented about what I've seen.
So I'll make myself comfortable on a bed and just prop it open.
And then if you ever watch that Doctor Strange movie where he goes to multiple realities to, is very much like that.
All right. It actually kind of sounds interesting.
Based of this movie.
The movie was based on this, actually.
No, what came first?
Well, I guess you can also make me a history check, Aria, since you're kind of reading through something new, and this is something quite strange.
Is it? Why didn't it come over?
That's a good question. What did you roll? If it did
I rolled a 14.
Okay. Yeah, this is very weird arcane stuff. You know a lot about arcane stuff, but this seems like almost like you get the sense maybe Fier was like insane. It's like looking into someone who has multiple personality disorder. Very much like that.
All right.
Yeah, but you don't really know any basis or origins of whatever these stories are. So it is still kind of like a storybook, just it's like those storybooks that are made up out of very many little stories that get told.
Yeah. Because it does describe like some of the people I've glimpsed on, like their lives and how they act and what their society is like.
Yes, and as you kind of idly go through the pages.
Is there like any name that might strike a memory or something?
I don't think there would be, no. There like some, probably like high holy figures like Thomas Aquinas, probably also Friedrich Septimus at some point would get mentioned, but yeah, nothing that is extremely notable, at least to you. So like no important figures that you personally know of, no.
Alright, either way, I'm still finding entertainment in reading it.
Yes, and as such, the 4 hours pass by, and two of you take a long rest, and 2 of you take a short rest. In fact, you can take 4 short rests if you wish to do so. I don't know if that changes anything.
Short rest. I can get my health back. Oh! Ouch. Ouch. I'm not having enough full health. Feels bad.
It's okay, I got my healing back now.
Good. Yeah. So now what? I can't think of anything we can actually accomplish down here.
We've seen literally one street of this entire place. I'm not saying that we need to spend time like walking around and doing things, but is it weird to anybody that like the first underground place that we went to was like, death, and then here it's kind of just like, oh yeah, cool, whatever.
Kind of interesting.
is it connected? Like, can we like go down the street and like turn a corner and all of a sudden we're like in hellhole like we were last time? Like
I do pull out that map we have. Yeah, it looks like there's a tunnel system. Honestly, my plan was to go to the Van Spire again eventually. Although a little bit differently than before. Less magic, less stabbing.
less
did-
backdoor sneaking in kind of thing? Yeah.
Yeah, go, through official means.
So the Van Spire's where that thing almost killed me, right?
The
Question.
guard, yes.
This is a mechanics question. I don't remember. For my spells, do I choose them once a day or once per long rest?
Long rest.
Perfect. So I can plan new spells.
Yes.
Ooh, that's useful.
Yes. We can discuss what I should have and what's not needed.
Oof.
Clearly healing is needed.
So I don't think I need both detect magic and detect poison and disease if we decide to go back down there.
I do have detect magic for today.
So I could let you take care of that.
Yeah, plenty of slots.
So I have cure wounds and healing word. I'm keeping my moonbeam.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I can speak with plants, I can skywrite. I have my animal messenger, which are all movable, by the way. I can take other stuff.
So before we kind of took a rest, we haven't fully decided who we're gonna talk to about this.
Well, we still need to find the chrysalis, right? Because it's in the wrong hands.
I feel like we're not gonna get it back, and like that kind of makes me anxious.
I do have a feeling it's still in the city. Or at least near the city. Because if we do agree to the conditions, which are wild, and I don't think the Nicene Council would, they would still need it readily available to give over.
Question. When we were on the street and you guys were flying, you were detecting, trying to locate it. Now that we're underground and it was dinging before, could we look at the map that we have and knowledge of the city to try to figure out where underground that was without going into the Van Spire?
But it was the Van Spire's Earth Chrysalis. They have one of their own.
I know, but could we try to find another one now that we're down here?
I can't today.
I could take the spell to locate it.
Let's see. Brought it here. Problem is they brought it to a port, which means it could just be on a boat.
And we're in the port, so I mean, there's a chance that it could be there.
It was also like 3 days ago, 4 days ago.
It could have moved, yes.
That's
It could have
halfway
moved.
around the world.
But it would be nice to know, or at least. Well, no, you mentioned it was contained in a
Yeah.
metal sphere. That might block locating spells, divination spells. If you
Yeah,
put
well, it
yourself
was
in,
a metal box, yeah.
yeah. So we might not be able to locate it that way. But it would still be worth trying. I don't know. I can't do it today, anyways.
Jack, do all chrysalises look the same, or like, if I was able to remember what it specifically looked like, is it identifiable from others?
No, they come all in different shapes and sizes, like a crystal. And you know, if you want to refine them, let's say you usually smooth them, but you gotten a raw one, so it's literally just a jagged crystal. So they don't have like a specific shape. It's just like if you find a rock on the ground.
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Like if you had like minor illusion, you could conjure it up and then you could choose a form, but other than that, it's, you know, try to describe.
But it's not like, oh, this is the specific one, like...
No, yeah,
it's...
no. There's a heart shape or donut shape one, unfortunately.
Yeah, nothing about that is... It's our task to find it, but I literally have no idea how to go about finding it without talking to somebody.
Exactly.
But also talking to somebody about it might also get us killed.
Well, not necessarily. So, one fellow we talked to mentioned that those of the fire are against the cartel. They don't want them around. So if we go over there and present that we are trying to find the chrysalis, and since they are against the cartel and probably the light commander coming in to take control, maybe they'll aid us in finding this particular gang that we've run into, and maybe even lend us one of their soldiers.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. If it's not going to immediately kill us, then
I prefer conversation.
yeah. Also, timeout. Is Glamour talking to you yet?
Oh, yes.
I actually forgot to put that on.
Yeah, you do attune to it, right?
Yeah. What is it called?
Ring of Mind Shielding.
I didn't even look it up. Yeah, I would try to attune to it.
Okay.
Because that was the point of the rest.
True. So you attune to it. After an hour, that would actually have happened. You wait with anticipation. Oh, finally! Oh, why did it take so long? Please, I'm a lost soul inside of here and just need a little bit of help.
You forgot your name?
No, of course not. Wait. Hold on. I recognize this one. Oh no.
Oh, don't be so surprised. After all, we're the ones that dispatched you.
Well, not quite yet.
Oh, by the way, so he's speaking into my mind. I would first try to speak back mentally, like I'm using message.
Yes, it is telepathic.
Great. Great. And then I'll speak out loud. So just so I can ascertain your own position, what was your name?
Well, are you trying to mock me now that you have me captured inside of this ring? You know who I am.
I do.
I'm the most fabulous creature you've ever seen. Fenric Glamour, and it would be a shame if I wouldn't return to your mortal plane, isn't that right?
Return, huh? Well, I'll have to think about that. After all, there's probably gonna be a price.
Well, I have things I could help you with, you know.
I guess I wouldn't know how. I'm gonna try to, I guess, deactivate that part of the ring so that he can't speak to me if I can.
You
I don't know
can't.
how.
No, you can't.
Dude,
Is it-
It
I don't-
literally says in the description, like, you cannot stop this person
Oh,
from talking
boy.
to you. Yeah.
I don't think I have any spells I can burn target.
You're trying to put him on hold.
Yeah, basically. I don't think I have a spell that can do anything remotely near that. Okay, well, I'll just put my hand down.
can help.
And then speak. Oh, so he responded when I talked out loud.
I don't think he can. Like, if you don't intend to talk to him. Oh, no, that's a curious question whether or not he can basically, in a sense, read your mind, or if it's only like if you talk
Right.
to him. I
Well-
say he can only if you like talk to him, then he can hear you. Otherwise, he won't be able to hear you.
So with intent of me wanting him to listen.
Yeah, exactly. So it does specify telepathic communication, and it doesn't say it knows your thoughts or stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like
Okay.
Grog and Craven Edge.
Oh boy. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to not focus on that then and talk to Drew.
Please, I can help you.
Nope, he is in there.
I have information.
And
I can
he
help
is
you.
very talkative.
Please, I am very helpful.
I might take this ring off. I do not want to keep hearing this.
Just listen to me for a second.
I told you though, right? This is why I didn't want to do it.
know what you want, and I can maybe
So-
help you get it.
I might be able to get him out of the ring. It might destroy the ring, to be fair. But I
How
don't
would
know
you
what...
do that?
I would just try to dispel that part of the effect.
But he
I don't
could
know
be
if it'll work.
useful.
Him? He was used like a tool.
I can help you.
We're tools right now.
I'm Fenric Glamour.
Okay, shush.
No, please, just take a
we
moment.
found
listen
that
to me.
note.
Just a moment, okay? Just hear me out.
So we found that note. I have his drugs. Okay.
Okay, I can give you
And
What?
how does that help us?
very useful things.
Because he might be able to tell us who he gave it to so that I could give the drugs back to them and we could strike a deal. I don't know.
I am very useful. You just have to see what I can do.
Drugs can be a bargaining tool, okay?
I am what
I
it
have
seems
right now.
like.
If I put this in like my pocket dimension.
Are you gonna add this to your book about ridiculous things? Because that would be a fun story to read.
I can help you
Uh,
find the Earth.
I wouldn't be able to
Chrysalis.
write wearing this
I
ring.
know you want that. Please, come on.
I can't think of him being of use. So, Vanspire, Are we? Can we go there? I can probably get us help.
I'm a
And
very
how do we
useful
get there?
person.
We don't know where we're going.
Ask for directions.
You will never
that simple.
find it out if you do not. Take
Is that
my
like a
hand.
normal place that you think people are gonna know how to get to?
Oh, here we go. Yep, bring the ring up so people know I'm talking to him. My gosh, okay. Let's stick to a simple name I can call you. Frederick? Glamour? What do you prefer?
Whichever you like. Glamour suits me just fine.
Okay, G. Now, have you been...
Oh wow, I quite like that actually.
Perfect. That's a lot simpler. I assume you've traveled through the undergrounds, right?
Oh yes, all the time.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you from the beginning, since you're just a soul in a ring. I know you were used. I know you had debt. I know you were a big thing. I know you wanted to. And I also know that we killed you. So you don't need to, showboat. You don't need to act like you're all that. Just be yourself. I don't know what you were trying to be with that gang of yours, but it did not work out.
I guess I would just make for him a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no!
Because you hurt his feelings. There's like a brief silence. It's like, I mean, I kind of hurt, you know. At least I tried. Okay, at least I tried. Many people don't try. At least I tried. Okay. I might have not been the greatest big shot you have met in your life. Okay, I understand that. But at least I lived my life with glamour, and I'm proud that I lived the short life that I did. And now I'm stuck inside of a ring. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, I think it's time for a new life. Oof. Well, this is your second shot. If you want out, then I need help. Have you been to the Darkport?
Yes, all the time. That is where my main contacts are.
Right, where you got your drugs and all sorts of things, I imagine.
Yes.
Him who I can trade his drugs to for information.
I put it down. Yeah, so he's dead. I don't think he needs drugs.
But he might know who I could trade them to for information.
You want to sell drugs?
Yes, it's lots of money. Okay?
Oh my gosh.
Illegally sourced drugs to be then given back to illegal people.
Okay, don't judge me, okay? It's a way for money and it's a way to get information. It's a bargaining tool.
I'm not judging, I'm just saying that that's ridiculous.
It's a bargaining tool. Okay? That's why I got it.
I'll keep that in mind. So we need to get to the Van Spire district. I assume you've been there as well?
Yeah, I presume you have seen my hideout. I have a direct way there.
You are right above it, yes.
Yeah, I made.
But we need to get there from the Darkport.
And you. Sounds like you're the first time in Zunania.
You're exactly right. You
Oh.
can tell from looking at me, I'm from Kanan. We literally don't have places like this. We literally erase places like this.
Ah, and that's why your place is no fun. Well, if you just take a look around the Darkport, there's a big channel that directly leads to the Vanspire district. That's how many of the things get delivered there. Well, that and the other port that is there.
Do we take a boat or can we walk?
You probably boat.
Lovely. Let's chat later.
Wait, no.
Okay, follow me. And I'll lead us downstairs so I can pay my tab. And get out of here.
Okay, so you open up the door, unlock it, walk down, and you can see, since it's, I have to change the time, around early evening, more like afternoon, so around 4 o'clock. You can see it's a bit busier now. There are more people inside of the harbor, not harbor, Jesus Christ, tavern, and the half-elf clerk seems to be quite busy at the moment, but you manage to kind of grab her attention, and you have to pay a total of 5 gold.
Oof, okay. I pay 5.5.
Goddamn! Kind of looks at you, kind of just gives you a nod, says, "Oh, thank you. You look quite nice in those clothes, if I might say so myself."
They'll do.
All right. Well, hope to see you next time in better terms. Well, closing, I should say.
Oh, more or less, either way.
Just kind of gives you nods, and then she goes to like a drunken half elf who's kind of just waving his hand to say, "Oh, one more ale for me, please." "All right, you don't have to sing it," and then just kind of goes to them. As you do come down, you do see the kind of 4 people that eyed you in the beginning. They are now sat at a different table, the one that is directly next to the exit. Or the entrance, I guess, depending how you look at it. And you can see the one of them, the kind of dark-skinned guy with the short hair, as you kind of come down, also looks at you, and then once again nudges his pal. And this time they aren't eating or drinking anything.
I kind of make for the door. Well, like trying to make space between me and them, so they know I'm trying to avoid them.
You do that. They don't seem to be making any aggressive moves. They just, follow you with their eyes. And as you kind of go out, the guy kind of says as you're leaving, "Hope you had a nice day." And you leave, and so do the others. And there's just this very disgusting and awkward moment as you all kind of have to walk past them, since they are directly next to the door. They will just kind of look at you in this very unapologetic and literally disgusting way, as you then all exit out back into the main docks, and the salt-stinged air fills your nostrils once again. What would you like to do?
Sigh very loudly.
What are we doing when we get there? Because we're about to start going off on this whole thing, and we don't. What are we doing?
I'll take out the badge that we got. Just fiddle with it. Speak to a proper authority that isn't the person who we can't name. I'm thinking somebody in charge of the guards. Then we can explain the situation to them, that a cartel is causing problems, and we want to avoid problem with the Light Legion, or the Light Commander, and I think that can be agreeable. After all, they want to keep their chrysalis.
that's fine. Yeah, I just want like no more backdoor stuff. Like,
Yes.
we just
Yeah, I really don't want to die and get stabbed again.
Yes. So no magic and no throwing daggers.
Yeah, well, I felt threatened. Just like I really am trying to convince myself not to go punch those dudes.
Oh, so Eirik, do you want a voice in your head?
listen. It's pretty crowded up there. I mean,
Please.
do I want another?
I'll talk to you later.
Well, I can help you in the dark port, right? I can help you.
I'll take him if nobody else wants him.
I can help you.
I'm supposed to again.
All I need is a little promise that you can get me back.
Can't read my thoughts. Don't know if I'm lying. Know your alignment. Know your creature type. Ooh, that's useful.
Come on.
How about we trade it off? Every day we'll give it to a different person.
Please.
I'm okay with that.
I need my second chance.
Interesting.
That way he can talk to more people and I don't have to have it every day.
It's really lonely in here, you know that?
Also, he's lonely.
Glamour, nobody asked you.
Please.
Alright, I will direct this to the canal, I guess.
Yeah, as you go out, like I said, you kind of, the tavern was kind of in the middle. You can see a lot of people flocking there. Seems to be like the main hub space. You do see a couple of guards walking around, just kind of keeping check of all things. Several ships that are docked there. You are currently at a part of the docks. You can see a large sign that kind of indicates that this section is the Helva docks, and you can see that there's there isn't like a proper physical separation, but you can just kind of see how the docks are built, that they're separated in, you know, a way that they're probably all for different purposes. Like the Fang docks are the one with the cranes. Helva seems to be a little more low, and there are a larger quantity of smaller ships that are docked here. However, you can do see one larger ship that is docked there, and then a couple of small ones. But you can, like I said at the beginning, you can see as you look around, there's this river that flows further inside of the city, and you can see the smaller rowboats that are kind of making their way down there. And yeah, you probably just have to kind of find access to a boat, and then or a guide who's willing to take you, it seems like, but there isn't like a open underground transportation service that is listed here. It's probably, you know, get a boat and then do it yourself.
Who's good with people?
I mean, I kind of am.
Be my guest. We need a boat.
So I want to look around and see if there's anybody specifically that looks friendly enough and that looks like they could be bribed.
Okay. Make a perception check.
With drugs, right?
26. Yeah, you look around and you immediately spot one person who seems to be giving like orders, and a lot of people are going towards them. It seems to be like a person of interest. He has like a couple of papers and a folder inside of his hand, and he's, you know, just kind of talking to a lot of different people, just kind of telling them where to go. One point you see like 3 individuals go to him, they talk a bit, they give him a bit of money, and then he just points them towards one of the lower dock areas, and then they kind of get into a small boat, and then they start taking the boat and then going off to wherever they need to go. And it seems like he is probably like a district master or even the docks master who is kind of, you know, delegating what should go where and what you can do here. So he probably is one of, probably whether or not he's easily bribed, you're unsure, but looking for what you wish for, he's probably the right person to go to.
Alright, so I will go up to him. Good evening, sir. I assume that you are the person to go to if we need something.
He turns around. It's like a gruffer. He's small but a bit burly. Male half-elf. Seems to be a bit older, probably in his mid-60s. Has a beard that is semi-long, but you can see like a chunk of his beard is just cut off, which looks really weird since he just has like a cut of his beard there. Dark brown eyes, big bushy eyebrows, but a bald spot in the middle of his head. Kind of looks at you, looks you up and down. Depends who's asking.
Myself and my group we are trying to get to the Vanspire, and I'm hoping that you would be able to send us in the right direction on who we could talk to, or who we could possibly hire to take us there.
So, you're looking for service then?
Yes.
You could just, I don't know how it is with you high folks, but usually people just, rent a boat and then go up there by themselves,
Well, I don't know about my companions, but I don't think any of us are very boat savvy. And I kind of look at you guys.
For Christ's sakes, it's a rowing boat. You don't have to be boat savvy to row a boat.
Well, how can I go about getting a rowing boat then?
Well, come to the right person, haven't you? Just give me 15 gold and it's all yours.
15 gold? I feel like that's highway robbery.
Well,
What about 5 gold?
Make a persuasion check. Eight.
yeah, nice try. Well, unfortunately, you're on the water highways. 15 supplies.
Would you be interested in trading goods of any kind?
Goods, you say? Well, what goods we talking?
Well, I may or may not have something that is extremely valuable.
I may or may not be interested.
It is kind of a sensitive topic of what I have because not all people agree with it.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to sell your virginity over here, okay? Just spit it out.
Sorry. I have some salt from the moving glaciers.
You see him think for a bit.
Alright, I think I know what you're talking about.
If you don't know what it is, it's fine. I guess I can hand you some gold.
Oh, why not do it in the first place if you have to go, for Christ's sakes? Okay,
50 gold.
About 10 gold.
Make another persuasion check, but the DC is higher now.
I'm gonna whisper to Iric, I have gold.
I do too. We are trying to trade.
No, 15.
Okay, fine. Here's 15 gold. Now where's the boat?
Takes it. Just take the small one with the wet stripes. Should be enough for you. You 5. Oh no, 4 folks. Alright, next one. No, not that. Suck the other one. And you can see he's kind of going back to work and then operating with different people. And you can see there are like 5 different smaller rowing boats, and this one was a red stripe painted on the middle bench.
Were you about to trade drugs for a rowboat?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, but I've never been on a rowboat.
Have
I don't really know how they work.
Yes,
You row.
definitely.
I mean, he's right. He wasn't. You
I've
row.
Never
ever-
been on a boat.
Have I ever been on one?
Yeah, definitely. You've been on a freaking rowboat before. Even I swear, I feel like at some point in your fairly long life, like you probably haven't rowed it before, but you
I mean-
probably-
I sat in it.
yeah, probably sat in
Okay,
one.
so
but
this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give you guys a crash course on the rowboat, okay?
I look for a life jacket.
As long as we don't rock the boat, we're gonna be fine. You don't need a life jacket.
Okay.
Do you trust us?
Just you. I don't trust the boat.
That's a good point. What does the boat look like?
I'll go and investigate the boat and make sure that it is sailing smooth
Look for traps.
and it's not going to fill with water.
okay, yeah, make an investigation check on this rowing boat.
Oh, now there's my high roll.
Oh
Jeez.
shit! Overkill,
My
you
God.
inspect every crook and cranny on this rowboat. Like, it's a worn rowboat for sure. You can see it probably was entirely wet, but the paint just faded over, a long time. So, isn't like the best thing. You can see a few cracks and splinters, which you probably have to watch out when sitting down to not have your bum
Mending.
peaks. It will probably take a long time to mend all those spots, but sure, you can do that if you wish to take the time. Other than that, it seems to stay afloat. It is made out of wood, so as long as you don't change that fact, it will, continue swimming. There aren't any visible big holes. There are a few small ones, so there's a bit of water inside, but that's about it.
Well, let's say this then. On our trip there, I'm gonna spend the time mending the different parts that are cracked and splintered and stuff, so we can bring it back to him better than he gave it to us.
Mm.
As you are kind of fancily doing that, you do hear a voice behind you kind of say, you need some help over there?
We just need to know how to get the Van Spire from here.
As you kind of whip around, you can see like a somewhat young, slender, boyish figure with slick back black hair. That's a tongue twister. It's kind of nice features, a very pointy chin, no pointy ears, seems to be a normal human, kind of a chestnut brown eye color. Isn't like wearing too fancy. It's like a similar clothing style to Fiera. Seems to be, but a male boy, probably human, since he doesn't have any other marks. He does have a scar on his like lower right part of the lip that kind of goes down. He says, "Yeah, I couldn't help but overhear you little conversation a bit, and I would offer my services to you if you feel more comfortable traversing these dangerous underground tunnels. The waters can be quite rough inside of there if you're not careful.
Okay, I'm gonna go find a life jacket. I'll be right back. I'm not falling off this thing and drowning.
I still haven't completely chosen what I'm gonna do. And I can do something like water breathing or like water walking. Like those are options that I have.
Now, do not panic. If I'm in your services, I will guarantee you 100% there will be no water touched upon any part of your bodies.
All right, first, start off, who are you?
Oh, I may introduce myself as Endo Firm. I am just a young tour guide, if you so will. I usually just try to find newer faces here. You seem to be quite the new faces from our conversations you had earlier, and I just thought, just making sure that your safety is kept in check. Otherwise, it can get bad, but with the proper precautions, nothing will.
Insight check.
Okay, making insight check.
I was about to say insight check.
Yep, you can both make insight checks.
Yeah, great, cool.
The
Nice.
-2. That's a 12. Kind of hard to read. He seems genuine enough, at least the first appearance. It's like, yeah, he wants to help you. He doesn't have like any visible weapons or stuff, and doesn't look like he could, unless he has like abilities like you are. Yes. Other than that, you presume, he seems to just be a boy who wishes to make some money.
Do you belong to any group or organization, or are you just freelance?
Nah, just freelance. I don't want to be restricted by any higher-ups, you know what that is?
Any tattoos?
Tattoos on me?
Yes.
Well, I have one of my mother's name to my chest, close to my heart. Bless her soul, may she rest in peace.
How much do you want to help us?
Well, for a minor wage of 10 gold, and I'm with you for the day.
Jesus.
By the way,
do you
Robert,
know-
I can get us there ourselves.
Well,
I
do you
just
know
need
the
to know how to
Vance
get there.
Fire?
Yes, I know all of the undergrounds, in fact, and that is why I wish to offer my services.
Now, you say you know, but do you know, or do you just pretend to know so people pay you a pretty coin and then you disappear?
No, I know. I do my job very well. I am very prideful about the things that I do, and you all, and I will say this for free, if you were to walk inside of the van spire like you are dressed right now, probably get robbed.
Or stabbed.
Yeah, we've heard that before.
Yes. Well, I always presume robbing goes with stabbing. Rarely there's no robbing without stabbing.
Oh no, we were stabbed the last time we were there.
Were you robbed?
No.
Now that's rare.
I got
Uh,
stabbed by an
Doesn't
unknown
need to know.
entity. Okay, I don't want to relive this.
Unknown
It's fine.
entity.
I'll pay you 10 gold, and I'll give you a bonus of 5 gold each time you prevent us from being robbed.
We're taking this boat, though. I paid good money for this boat.
Oh. I would gladly take that deal. Yes, definitely. I will keep my eyes keen and sharp and look out for anyone who would try to steal from your pockets.
See?
Including
That's what
you.
we need.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay as far away from him as possible.
He kind of just gestures with his fingers like, don't worry, I don't have slick hands. And if there would be a place it would be on the boat since you can't get away from me. See, I wouldn't be revealing this if I would actually steal from you, right?
Yeah, but you could also be playing the backwards game, right? You can lull us into a false sense of security, make us feel like, oh, cool, he's just some kid who's trying to get some money, like, oh, whatever. And then all of a sudden, boom, all of our stuff is gone.
Alright,
Yep. He has a point.
Well, if you believe in me that I would be able to pull that off, then I am very flattered. But I don't think I have that skill set. Fortunately,
Keep an
or
eye on
You and your 20 other friends out in the tunnel who are going to ambush us the second we get out there.
yeah, that does happen.
I'm
a few
sorry, I'm
times.
just completely, I'm
Yeah.
gonna,
Yeah,
Okay,
that's-
how about this? I can put everybody at ease. I'll put a marking on you. That way I can track you if anything goes wrong.
It looks a bit uncomfortable, like, what kind of marking are we talking about here?
It's an arcane mark. It's just used to track things from a certain distance for a certain amount of time.
And that certain amount of time would be how long?
About 24 hours.
Oh, and I'm fine with that. That is what you pay me to guide you for. So I will be with you for 24 hours then anyway, so no need for a tracker.
Perfect. Then I'll go up to him and take out my I can't think, my my like pocket watch type thingy. And I will give him Gift of Alacrity.
Oh shit, and that allows you to keep
No.
track. Oh,
It doesn't. But it's a first level spell and it lasts 8 hours and it puts a mark on somebody. So
oh. I
look
guess
at you.
make it.
False sense of security.
I guess make a deception check.
ooh boy, okay.
This guy's like a skilled practitioner of magic and knows exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of yeah, I'm out of gas. I'll just do it straight. I don't have any big spells. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you seem to fool him, and as you do that, he's like kind of like at first like a bit uncomfortable since he doesn't know what's going on, and since your magic is kind of special and the way it works, he also looks a bit frightened. He winces as it kind of goes over him, but then as
Don't worry about it. It doesn't hurt.
yeah, it's just instincts. It just keep me alive if anything bad is to happen.
Well, if you protect us, I will protect you.
That sounds a fair deal, and I wish more people in these districts would think the same way. Well, let's not waste any more time and let's hop onto this boat, shall we? Ladies first.
I want to get on the boat last.
Do you say that, or are you just saying that, like, that?
I'm saying that out loud.
Okay. It's always the last person has it the most difficult.
That's true. Yeah, I'll make my way on and go nowhere near an oar.
I'll sit near an oar. Probably nearby where he would probably have to sit.
Okay. Wait.
Isarel, being Isarel, is gonna sit smack dab in the middle because she's just used of people doing things for her, so she's completely useless.
Okay, so that's his name, by the way. Endelfirm. Since I almost forgot to. Yeah. Okay, so you'll take your place, and it's yeah. So you can't sit next to each other. The boat is kind of big enough that can allow that. You're a bit tight. There are like 3 rows, and he will obviously try and take the middle one, since that is where the rows are of the boat. So you could basically flank him. 2 in front and 2 behind. That's how these rowboats work. So 1 to row, go into the middle. So I would just say, for the purposes, Fiora and Eric, you probably go to the front, and Aria and Dicer, you probably go to the back. And
Sure.
I guess you can decide whether or not you want to face the direction you're driving or
Yeah.
rowing. Yeah? Okay,
Yep,
then
yep.
the back is. Then you're kind of like back to back with Endel, since he's rowing yourself his back towards it. And he kind of steps in and says, Alright, since I'm the one rowing, I won't be able to see much, so the ones in front, which would be.
Oh, I need to see.
No. I was just asking for names, since you haven't
Oh,
introduced yourself.
I'm Fiera.
Nice to meet you, Fiona.
I am Eirik.
Pleasure, Eric. And the two Isles.
Aria.
Isarel Leofina from Corvali. Nice to meet you.
Wow. Quite the presentation there. Doesn't seem to work to your last name. Then, do you usually always travel together? And then he kind of just takes one of the rows and then nudges the boat away from the docks as you kind of swim more and more into the middle space of the water.
As he asked that, I will take out a platinum because he said 10 gold, and this is like a pristine, clean platinum from home, so it's kind of fancy. And I'll, put it in front of him real quick. I think it's probably best you don't learn too much about us. I assume he takes it.
Yeah, he takes it. Alright. It's getting more and more interesting. Don't know whether or not I should like that. I was just, maybe you're like, there are a lot of groups that travel around here. A lot of, hired mercenaries or stuff like that. They usually, have a cool name like the Rose. I met like 2 days ago.
What kind of group would, have a name for themselves? That's pretty silly.
I mean, I guess every group? It's not like the foundation of an organization?
We're getting there.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, you are newly together, I see.
Right. So you're familiar with the underground.
Yes.
I kind of look at the others. So we have about a week of time that we needed filled. We're on a mission now, but take care of it as we can. Is there a place? This is mostly Matt talking. Where people can kind of test their skills out in a non-death situation.
And you're asking this, Endo?
Yes. You mentioned mercenaries. Is there a place where they can let loose? Magic and sword and all.
Yes, there is. It's quite famous actually for Sunanir, at least in the underground world. How aware are you of the underground? Are you like completely new?
The first time we came down here, we got stabbed after 5 minutes.
It's not even a joke.
And then we left after being kicked out.
Wow, you really are a crazy group, I suppose. Well,
And the second time we came down here, we exploded.
We just said he doesn't.
Explode. So you were the people in the
Victims.
If it helps, I could tell you what I got stabbed by. I can describe what I got stabbed by. Maybe you'll know what it's called.
In the, do you mean the weird creature in the Vampire district?
Yes.
Sure, shoot ahead. Maybe I have an
It was
idea.
like human-esque. It was in all black. And it had like a bird-looking head.
Ah, yes, they're known as the Coax guards. They're, you know, the guards who guard the Vampire. I presume your affairs haven't gone so well since you've probably broken one of the most important rules.
I tried to mention their leader's name.
You can see him immediately get comfortable as you're just talking in the vicinity of that, and he says, maybe we should just drop this topic as we're getting a bit closer to the area.
From where I'm sitting, can I see like his coin pouch?
You're face to face.
Yeah, you are face to face with him. I guess make a perception check.
Oh, rogues.
26.
Oh shit.
Well, you just gave him what, 10 gold?
Yes, 1 platinum.
Yeah, I give him platinum. Yeah.
Yeah, he has a coin pouch and you just barely see it. That is in his left vest pocket, but his vest is open. And as he's kind of rowing and he's opening his chest, you see it for a brief moment swing out, and then kind of disappear again.
So I want to try to purposely rock the boat, and at the same time try to sleight of hand his coin pouch.
Oh my god. This is not gonna end well.
Okay, now he is literally facing directly at you, and he is less than 1 feet wide. No, he's literally up in your face. You're touching knees basically. So you will have to try and explain to me if you want to still do this, because you're in a rowing boat. You're sitting.
So basically, I'm just going to lean over really far and kind of move, like tilt the boat to kind of cause my companions to have a reaction and to basically cause chaos, to possibly ensue bumping, to, if I fall on top of him, it's just because the boat was rocking and chaos ensued.
Okay, then first of all, I guess you have to make, since it's like pretty obvious if you lean out, you know, like he would notice that, and then obviously he would try to stabilize. So I guess make a deception check, because you're trying to like genuinely pretend like you're trying to, or it depends how you wish to approach this. Are you just going to lean out and then try and attempt to rock the boat, or are you trying to do this like in a subtle way?
In a subtle way.
Okay, then make a deception check. See if you can sell your body language. Yeah, as soon as you try to lean out, he kind of like immediately knows. That's probably not his first rendezvous, and people have tried this before. And as you lean out, he just kind of takes one of the rows and just leans it to the side so it stabilizes you. And then the boat doesn't start to, it just rocks like a little bit. And he just kind of looks at you with the eye and says, no, I think a few people inside of this boat would get rather uncomfortable if you did that.
It rocked.
My bad. My bad.
Yeah, a little bit.
I jump on Hyric.
Okay,
Are we good?
that would cause the boat to rock even more, since you're moving from your seat going towards the rock, and then everyone is at like the sudden shift. Since you went to the right, he stabilizes the left. Fiora, you going back to the right, and he can't expect that since he's facing the other way. So boat kind of shifts to one side. It starts to rock even more. You can attempt to rock it more if you wish to, Arya.
God, that wasn't my goal.
Does it look like this has been enough jostling that he wouldn't notice if I like fell, like stumbled into him?
You are walking left to right, so it would be
I
extremely weird why you would be falling in front.
Oh god, we're gonna sink!
Stop.
I have stuff for that. I have stuff for that I can prepare.
Okay. So I'm not going to try to pickpocket him.
I mean, you can't try. It would just require, like, the DC will be insanely high since you're doing it, in plain sight.
Yeah, I'm gonna decide not to do that.
Okay, then.
I'm gonna use my smarts on this.
Okay, the boat rocking after a quick while after the panic, kind of stops as he is actively trying to stabilize it, kind of counteracting the movement of the boat. And so after a bit, it cools down and says, "Okay, I didn't think I had to explain this, but please no sudden movement on the boat, especially not going to one side. That will cause problems. All right? Well, lesson learned. Whew. And, well, you're lucky that you had me, because otherwise you probably all be swimming in sinking sewers water."
I'm death gripping Irik's left arm.
Oh, how cute.
Wow.
I'm leaning just a little bit away.
I mean, it's, for some people that's romantic. What were we talking about again? Oh, yes, the guards, the Coax guards. No. What are we talking about again? Oh!
The fighting.
Yeah,
thing.
the fighting. Yes. Oh, and the different areas of the underground. Well, there are, if I remember correctly, 6 parts of the underground that are all connected differently. There is the Velon pit on the very western side. Then you get to the old Wyvern, and the infamous Vanspire, the Delaware, the Darkport, and the last one, well, it doesn't like directly belong to the undergrounds, or at least not normal people have access to it, but it's the Golden Gate, and that is just a kind of a military barricade just to prevent people from the underground to get to the high plains. It's just, kind of watched over by, let's just say, very special individuals to, ensure that the people in the high society are safe and that they don't have to worry about, smuggling or stuff getting into their district.
Wonderful job they're doing.
That sounded a bit sarcastic.
Oh, it was.
Alright. Well, as for what you wish, the fighting, I haven't been there often. That's usually the one underground I tend to avoid, since it's pretty rough and tumble. It is the Velon pit, and as the name says, it is a pit, or at least the main attraction of it is a pit, and a lot of people from around the world actually go there to, well, as you say, test their skills and prowesses. Usually it's, less magical. I haven't heard of many arcane practitioners go there. It is controlled by a big mean Goliath. Don't really see many Goliaths here since, close to the Holy Legion's border, but he has made his name. Bruder Goresplitter is his name. And you can imagine what type of person he has to be in charge of a literal death pit. And, well, you said without the risk of death, that, well, it is most times to the death. So you can probably make arrangements and stuff. Like I said, I'm not there very often, but
Gotcha.
yeah.
Sounds
So-
like a good place to gamble.
Yeah, scanning. Quite big there, you know. Different fighters. And I should also write the name of the guy.
Oh god. Oh, Gore Splitter.
Yes.
That's so close.
Yeah.
So are you allowed to just take a boat anywhere down here? Like, what are you allowed to just wander into different undergrounds? Like, what?
Yeah, of course, why not? Looks like city districts, you can just go there. As long as you don't misbehave.
What can you tell me about the other sections of the underground? So we've got the Dark Port, the Van Spire, we kind of know about, but kind of don't. We learned about the pit. What can you tell us about the other ones?
Okay, which one do you wish to have first? I guess since we are coming from the Dark Port, I can maybe explain a bit how that works. Even though I presume you should already know. Kind of looks at Howie and Isorel. Well, he can literally only look at you two, but he's kind of making eyes at you two. You're from the High Society, right? Don't know what your station is.
Kinda, yeah.
Well, it is controlled by the High Society. Well, more specifically like the High Guild members. If they want to have, you know, private imports and exports, and they don't want them to go through customs and stuff like that, they usually let it go through the Dark Ports for, you know, personal collections and stuff like that. Or if they want to have their sneaky business, you know, the upper parts of the city ain't as clean as, you know, looks show. So they usually use the Dark Ports for their mischievous dealings. So they usually buy up a estate there, either warehouse, have them deals with the port master, who by the way you should have met, and it's a real shame you didn't. Darian Grilda, he's a rare sight. With that I mean he's a half horse, half human. Don't really see them very much nowadays.
Sorry, what was that first half?
Horse.
Oh, I thought I misheard you.
No, he's a proper living centaur.
So you said we should have met him? Like,
Yeah, great guy.
like, oh, just in general. Like, it's not like we had to go to him before we come to the boats or anything.
No. I mean, don't you want to see a centaur?
I mean,
Sure.
considering I can pretty much transform into a horse whenever I want.
Yeah, but I don't know how that works, but can you turn into a half horse, half human?
Oh.
If I see one, I can. Since I've never seen one, I cannot.
Then even more reason to have seen him. See?
It's a good point.
Yeah, every discussion I've made, it always ends up leading to the conclusion you should have met Darian Grilda, whose name I should also write.
If we ever go back to the
If we go
Dark
back.
Port, we'll look him up. And we have to return this boat, so I'm sure we'll go back.
Yes? Though probably, he's a busy guy, but, you know, sometimes he comes out and just walks the docks to make sure everything's going alright, and you can just see him striding along. Tall fella, hard to miss.
I mean, I'm sure it's hard to miss a half human, half horse walking in the street.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, if he's, you know, covered by a lot of people, usually you don't see the horse part, and it just looks like a very tall guy, or a guy with extremely long legs, and that's also very funny.
Okay, so we kind of learned about the Dark Port. Is it the Delaware?
Yes, the good old Delaware. Oof. If you end up there, probably had a very sad life. It's where a lot of the I can't talk. Refugees go. Most of them usually kind of come out of either Tellus or even Canaan. People that, aren't so much liked by those people.
Oh.
Which is a very large group. So, your typical Genasis, Tieflings also usually spends time there. And it's
Anybody from Tellus?
Probably, yeah. People who don't. Usually it's like Tellus is kind of the Delaware of the continent, I guess. That's how you can imagine it. It's like a shitfest. People just work there for extremely low wages, and oftentimes it's also the main transportation route that leads to the Vanspire, and most of them kind of tend to then slowly, it's like first you arrive in the Delaware and then you can kind of upgrade to maybe get to the Vanspire and then try and get jobs there. And yeah, since someone who has nothing, if you recruit them, they owe you a lot, and then they become extremely loyal. And some of them become part of the Coax Guard. So there's that.
And then, what is there's 2 more, right?
Yes, the Old Wyvern we have. Kind of also like a shit fest. Like if basically more refugees of homeless people. The new Wyvern, which is atop the Old Wyvern, is kind of like, just a place where homeless people go, since you can't stay outside during the high storms. They usually go there, and that is also where it is controlled by the Thieves Guilds, the Falling Branch. They're the ones in control of there, and a lot of people who end up there just, turn to a life of crime, and I would definitely not recommend you folk to step one foot there, because everyone inside of there is an opportunist, and if they see the opportunity to make even a little bit of cash, they would definitely take it.
Like you.
Nah, I can, I don't have to stab someone to earn money. So, I do like to consider myself different from the folks up in Outram, but I am an opportunist. That I will not deny that, but aren't we all?
Perhaps. Arya, what gang did those fellows belong to in the cave? That you recognize their tattoos, right?
Yes. But I don't have my notes with me to answer that question.
Oh, gosh, I don't think I wrote it down.
Yeah, did you write it down?
Yeah. Tattoo of branch on his deltoid.
So it would be the Branch Tree Grip, Thieves Guild.
Oh, boy. And they rule under some goblin?
They're at the old...
At the old river, right?
Yes.
That's the same group?
Yeah, Thugs in Tunnel, the Falling Branch, Kariki. Kariki?
Kawiki.
Kariki.
Well, as he continues to speak, he says, kind of a musty old place. It's like the underside of your cupboard, if I have to describe it in terms. Really, even if you clean up your room, the underside of your cupboard will still be dirty. It's literally like that. Yeah, but that's also the reason why the top side of Zunania is so clean. And, well, the leadership there, if you can even call it that, well, it's looked over by the Kariki gang. There's a a horde of goblins, so it's kind of nested there. I don't quite know too much about the history, but I think at the beginning of when Zunani was built, Zunani was like always raided by goblins, I think, but then they kind of came to an agreement and they said,
work together.
Yeah, work together. You take care of the trash, but for that you can live here and don't have to worry about heist or something like that. Yeah. But
great. And you said to avoid that if possible, right?
Oh, yeah, unless you are part of the trash and you can, you know, blend in, it's not a safe place to be. Like,
we can't do that.
Well, then, yeah. Murder is basically a daily thing there, is basically what I'm trying to say, and yeah.
And then, so that's that one, and then what's the one in the middle of this map? It's
the Golden Gate.
yes.
Yeah, like I said, it's kind of the safety barrier for the high society, so that the literal trash of the city doesn't get inside of the high society even through the sewers. So obviously the high society still needs sewers, since, you know, their waste has to be disposed of. I'm surprised they don't just directly send it to the old Riven as how they treat us. But yeah, it's just, you know, to ensure that the people from the old Riven or Velompit or Vanspire don't make it inside of or beneath even the high society or the high plane specifically. Oh, well, actually, what I'm not too familiar like how or who runs it. Never been there. It's the only place I haven't been there since you aren't allowed to. If you try and attempt to go there, I think you will be shot on sight.
Right.
But it's like there's no direct way. You have to like literally crawl through the sewers to get there, so
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
I presume so.
Oh, that was a good lesson.
Yes, thank you for being very informative.
Oh, that's my job.
Oh, I did hear there were chrysalists down here. One's in the Vanspire, right? Are there any other?
Yes, I do not know them specifically. I'm pretty sure the Dark Port also has a Earth Chrysalis, if I remember correctly, since it's such a large structure. It also has to be fortified. Yes, the old Riven, I don't know. Even if it's a big underground space, I think they would just risk it to be caved in because they would be more happy if all of them died, so they probably just leave it there. I know Vanspire has two, but because they're literally the only ones you can quote-unquote trust. Delaware, I don't believe they have any envelop pits. No. They might have a fire one, but I'm not sure. I think I heard rumors that they... or maybe it was the old Riven? No, it was the old Riven. Well, it was just a rumored legend that since there's so many corpses there, they needed a way to dispose of them, and since they can't be buried, they just burn them in a huge furnace. But I think that
is a wild misuse of a chrysalis, but okay.
Well, it's just an urban legend that people say around here, so I don't really know. And I don't like to talk to people from the old Riven since, well, they all lie anyway, so not much point in talking to them.
Fair. Wow.
Well, anything else you wish to know?
I think we're good for now. More to come once we get to the spire.
Alright then, I think we'll probably still take us a couple of minutes to get there, and close your noses, because the closer we get, the more it's going to start to stink. And
You're seeing.
Not anymore.
Oh, that's right.
and
Great.
lucky Fiera for sitting next to Eric. Yeah, as you pass by, you can see the dark port is quite long, and you can see the several portions of the docks that have been built around it. And now you do see, as you're kind of going down the length of the dark port, what seems to be like houses that you didn't see in the first part of the dark port. Like, there are now sections that seem to look to be a bit more, well, homely is a way to describe it. And you can see it since the kind of ports that are there, just, you know, little wooden planks that go out that just allow for people to go on and off. And yeah, you just kind of pass by those for probably like 10 minutes, since you aren't really fast. You see a lot of ships, well, not ships, but boats also pass you, going in and out. And you then get to a kind of smaller section where the big wall comes to an end, and then there's like a tunnel that you have to go through. And you can also see there are like lanterns set inside of the tunnels that illuminates the space a little bit at least, so you know you don't bump against the walls and stuff like that. And you can start to smell the scent of sewage kind of permeating out of there, since that is probably the exit of most of the sewage that gets, you know, flushed out into the dark port and then out into the ocean. And as such, you go inside of the kind of dark, dimly lit tunnel and make your way through there. You have to paddle quite a bit, actually, since, you know, you aren't fast, and that's like approximately 2 to 3 miles. So I think that will probably take like an hour.
He's the one paddling.
To get there. But you can see he has great form. He uses his back more than his arms. Probably has done this a couple of times. He doesn't seem like a buff guy, but proper technique goes above muscle mass. And slowly but surely, as you go through these tunnel walls, and it is a bit, well, not even a bit, it's quite spooky, because every sound you make just like echoes like infinitely. You can just hear it going down the tunnel. And always, if you see a different boat approaching, it's always like kind of a very tense moment, since you don't know who's on the boat. And the lights just kind of dimly lights up the faces, and just slowly in dramatic fashion reveals who's on there. But most people you pass by just have, you know, hoods over. They don't show their face, stuff like that. You do sometimes go past like individuals who seem to be like heavily armored and have big weapons on them, that kind of go out of the way, that are in a somewhat larger rowboat than yours, and you sometimes have to just make space so their rowboat can pass yours. And as you kind of get close to the war area, you can see there are like several different markings occasionally on the walls, like someone has been scratching on them. Some of them are thieves' cant, and it just is like, definitely a lot of deals have been made inside of this tunnel. You get to notice, you can read dates and times, and just like a ton of them. Sometimes there are like silly drawings on them too, which is like, you know, kind of breaks attention a little bit. But other than that, you sometimes read some messed up shit like, I got the body, left it here, or something like that. And, you know, you kind of just overread them, and you just continue on your way.
Anything of the thieves can't? Could any of it be anything about like the chrysalis?
You can make a perception check to see if you can see if anything mentions the chrysalis.
Alright. Come on.
Shows a
Being
question mark for
super
me.
slow, but it's like showing me that it's rolling.
11. No, not at least in the areas that you've been looking at, and it's a large tunnel. Yeah, most of it is flaked anyways. So you don't see anything that would be a chrysalis, and even maybe it was like coded, like deliver package here or something like that, but there are like a shit ton of them messages that say package delivered or something like that, so it's hard to discern if whether or not one of them is actually mentioning the chrysalis or not, because if they use a code word for the chrysalis, it'd be impossible to tell. And as such, yeah, nothing particularly grabs your attention in that aspect, at least.
To try.
When I can tell we're kind of getting to the end of the tunnel, like 5 minutes away or so, or when we see the light or whatever, I will recast Gift of Alacrity on myself, and also False Life on myself.
Okay.
'Cause I'm low.
Anyone else wish to prep? Specifically, I guess the mages. Dang, 13 temporary hit point.
I need it. Even after that rest, I wasn't at full.
Alright, that's max HP. Okay, I guess no one else wants anything, so you slowly make your way oh yeah.
I was gonna do the psychic whispers. Just so, like, if I need to talk to them with people knowing.
Okay.
Oh, you should use that Endo. You should use it on our guide, Endo.
Yeah, do you wish to include and they'll jam 8.
So I can only do up to 3 characters. So I
okay.
would do. So Eirik doesn't like people in his head, so I wouldn't choose Eirik. I would do.
Oh, can you use it on me?
Yes.
Oh yeah, can I?
With the ring?
With a ring, you can choose whether or not you wish to be telepathically communicated. So every time she
Oh,
tries to
only if you allow it. Okay.
yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes.
So I would choose Fiera, our guide, and then I'm drawing a blank on Skit's character's name. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank.
Isorel.
And Izarel,
Yeah.
so I would put it on the 3 of them.
Okay. Then you feel the mental connection being brought together towards Arya's mind.
Don't be alarmed. It's Arya in your head, in case we need to call you to get us out quickly.
Oh wait, you did connect with him then? With Endel?
Yes. I
Wait.
said everybody but Eirik.
Oh, everybody but Arik. Okay, he just kind of jumps up for a moment. It's like, can you hear me? He says in his head.
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
Ooh, damn, I wish I had this all the time. Could keep him.
It's pretty convenient.
Can I talk with my mother?
No. You can only talk to me, Israel.
I thought she was
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know, I just thought, magic and okay, this isn't going anywhere.
You need to get a hold
actually-
of us for any reason, we're here.
Can we try something, Arya? Why don't you try to talk to me in my head, but try to infer it to our friend G?
Please, I can help you. Just
Let's
listen.
try to
for
talk to
a
him through me.
second.
Hey G,
Yeah, oh,
are
hold
you
on, G.
there?
Making. Now I have to make it.
Can G hear me?
Look, you gave us the ring. I'm gonna use everything I can think of on this thing.
I guess. No, since your telepathic bond is only with the mind of Fiera, not with the mind of G. So I don't think it would work.
Can I do the mind of G?
Let me see how your thing
Ooh.
specifies that.
It says I can choose up to 3 creatures.
Yeah, he isn't a creature. He's a soul.
Oh, that's
True.
too bad. Poor guy.
Please, just hear me for 1 second. I have great things I can help you with. Come on. I can show you how to do makeup. I'm pretty good at that. I can get you the best deals of the best clothes inside all of Sunania.
Do you know where I can get a rope?
A rope?
No, a robe. My robe's torn to shreds.
Oh, yes.
Can't Iric mend it?
Probably.
I can
I
get
take
you
it
the
out of my
bugs.
satchel. I like folded it up. We're at the end of the boat ride. Shoot, I should have had you do this entire time.
I
Oh,
can
we'll do
get
that
you
later.
Premium, high quality spider silk.
Oh, that does sound interesting. Okay, I'm a good.
You know? So, how does it sound?
We'll talk later.
Please! And he keeps on intruding into your mind, and
Lovely.
you start to notice that the kind of warm red light of the tunnel shifts into a cool blue light one. Very, 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 very familiar to you, since that was the light you saw when y'all got stabbed the first time you went here.
Art got some PTSD from them.
Yeah, a little bit as you kind of now get out of the tunnel and step inside of the Vanswire district, and you can see, you know, it's built with several canals, a little bit like Venice, just with sewage waters.
Ugh.
The somewhat half buildings that are built next to it, but you instinctively just once again look up and see the kind of semi-floating city or hanging city from the ceiling with the many spires that go beneath it. You can see the large tower of one that has been pointed out to you where one of the Earth Chrysalises is, and then the huge big manor that is on the very end of the Vanswire district, the northernmost part, with this large central pillar that just goes through it, probably just to hold the structure up. And you can see numerous shady figures going about their daily lives as once again you arrive in the Vanswire district. So we're gonna end today's episode running perfectly on 4 hours. Oh no, a little bit over, but the peeps have made it here again. How about that?
I got everybody go here.
did not expect you to come here. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh God.
Good.
But hey, we got information now, which means we probably have to
Yeah.
go to the low place.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds like we know, well, we know they were working for the person who wanted the chrysalis. But that is next on our chain of things to do.
Yeah, it's sometimes, 10 gold for that much information. Just to get a guy, you know, it's a pretty good.
Oh man,
deal.
it cost us what, 15 gold for the boat, and then 15 gold for the guy.
Well, yeah, 10 so far.
Well, 10 so far.
Well, it was either him or I could keep talking to Glamour. So.
Glamour made it
Gosh.
back again.
Oh
Jack,
my
You
gosh.
made a terrible idea to give us that ring.
Why no? It's all part of the plan of my great scheme. That
This
could-
is gonna be so much fun. Oh my gosh, I can't wait for Isarel's turn with
Oh,
Glamour.
man.
You gotta write down
I
the
can't wait for Arya's turn.
man.
It's yeah.
The dish you made, Matt, to poor
I
Glamour.
cooked him. I cooked him to crisp
My
with
bad.
my moonbeam.
Oh yeah, you killed him.
I
killed the
killed him.
spirit.
I killed him. This is gonna be fun.
Oh,
Yeah, a poor cat in a box. Well, in a wing, in this
Yep.
instance.
Cat on a box.
Oh, well, there we go. And the people at home can even see it because usually, you know, your image is cropped, but the cat is
Aw.
on now, so you can see.
oh nice.
We can't see the cat. He just sat down.
Why lay there? Nobody knows.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now I'm hiding him.
Yeah. It was a very interesting session. A lot of dialogue.
That was a lot of lore that got
That was a fun
revealed.
session.
That was. Oh yeah,
I think
that
we
was. fun.
needed all of it though. We learned about the underground,
Oh,
and we
yeah.
learned about each other's motives with the chrysalis, and we found Glamour.
Yep.
That's the main thing.
You refound the
I'm
gun.
glad I decided. I'm really glad I started asking about the underground and the different
Yep.
areas.
Yeah. No, that was all. That's good information. Now we know where to go. So
Please tell me somebody took notes on all that because I didn't, because I don't have my notes.
I have.
And if
I have
put
some
them-
of it. Yeah, I have some of it.
If-
I'm gonna be doing as usual, rewatching the stream for the parts that I zoned out, because I zone out a lot,
mhm.
and complete my notes from that.
I remember what is important to Pierre. So
Yeah, a lot of information that you have to filter through. Although I will say that I always like actually everything is important, but depending which route you take, some become more important than others. So
Yeah, obviously.
Yep.
Yeah. Some people always like, oh, what information should you give us as a GM? I'm like, just give everything so they don't know which
Yeah.
which is useful.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that's-
that's exactly right.
Yes! Oh my god! I was also stressing the whole time prior to this as I was prepping. I'm like, oh, but I didn't know what you were going to do since, you know, it was
I
kind
don't
of
think we
open-ended.
knew either. Honestly.
Yeah, that talk in the beginning was
Yeah, that helped.
a good thing. I think, like, yeah, every D&D group, like, at some point, we'll just have, like, a talk, which is, you know, get to know each other, which is always a fun session. Yes.
Can't wait.
Okay, yeah, I guess we won't leave you guys, and with you guys, I mean the viewers, here any longer. And we will say goodbye, and hopefully until next week.
Bye.
Finger lost, don't forget.
Oh gosh.
Oh man.
You gotta live without your fingers.